Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Microphone check. Microphone check. Let me know if you guys can hear me. How's everybody doing? All right. Sarah became a baby shark. Woohoo! Welcome to the shark family, Sarah. Good to see you. Sarah is our resident behavior analyst, professional noticer. Check out her previous videos on the David case. She has some really good insights. And welcome, Sarah, to the shark family. Appreciate you. Native Girl, good to see you. Cindy from sunny South Florida, good to see you. Let's see who's in here. Let's see. Let's scroll down. Gold Digger 737, good to see you. Good to see you. All right, all right. Yep, sound is good. Okay, cool, cool. Nice, nice. How's everybody doing today? How is everybody doing today? I've been pretty busy putting this freaking computer desk together, and I put the wrong side where the tower goes on the other side of the desk, so I had to I had to take the desk apart and then re-put it back together to my liking. But it's good, it's comfortable. I got a chair coming in tomorrow because my freaking back is hurting. My back is killing me right now. So if I'm gonna be able to do these lives comfortably, I need a comfortable chair. Yeah, for sure. So, man. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna jump into it. It's gonna be a chill live, like always. I would say that 1 hour chill lives, and it's like a 4 hour live. But I'm starting earlier. I'm starting to like the 12 o'clock one right now because I can kind of feel it out. I can kind of feel it out to see, to like, because I can work in the morning, and then around lunchtime I can have lunch because I forget to eat lunch, and then you know, if I do an hour or 2 hours, then it's okay. You know what I mean? Because then I still have more time to do what I need to do in the afternoon, which is good too. So I'm really I'm liking this 12 o'clock one p.m. my time. I'm not sure what time it is in your guys' area, and but yeah, good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. This is Santa Barbara. You're doxing yourself, Sarah. you're outing yourself. But I think, let me see if Native Girl, do you have the link to for any member, anybody that likes to become a member? Oh, a siesta. Yoga's, yeah, for my back. I'm gonna start doing that too. Sarah. Yeah, yeah, yoga for the back would be good. Just being honest, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's like a little lag in the. So let me. What I want to do is I want to catch up. With this case, I mean, I haven't been able to watch anything, so we're gonna be watching it together, and so I do want to watch some videos with what came out, and that begs the question. Well, pretty much that is the question: is what was he doing in Santa Barbara? What was David doing all the way in Santa Barbara? And so I do want to play some videos, and then we'll go from there. So a lot of the information that was coming out was from TMZ. So let me play a couple clips. One from a day ago, and then the ones that came out either that yesterday or today. So we'll go over that, and a lot of the mentions in the videos are mentioning this new information about David being in Santa Barbara County in California. So what was he doing there? We don't know yet, but I think I think that is really huge news, really huge. Oh, I was supposed to send it to you? I thought I did. Yeah, I did. Check your messages, and then it should be in there. Let me see. Yeah, send it to you. But here it is. Here's the link. Oh, from his Tesla? Yeah. So let me oh, I see what you're saying. So you're not because you're a member? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. So let me play this video from TMZ, and then we'll go from there. Because I do need to catch up with this case. It's crazy. Like one day, it's like you're already behind. So we'll go over that. Screen share. So much easier with this computer now. Way easier. Let me share this. Thought I had it going. Here we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. Share my screen. Then we'll play this, and then we'll go from here.
Broke a big story, a huge story, really, on the website in the David investigation, in the investigation into Celeste Rivas's death. I know everyone has been waiting to hear something about this. It has been 2 months since Celeste's decomposing body was found in David's Tesla, and now we know, if you for 1 second thought that the police had forgotten about this and this case was not going to be solved, we now know that the police have been working diligently on this case. And here's what we have found out from our law enforcement sources. David is viewed as a suspect in this case. That may seem obvious, but remember, they have not publicly said anything like that. They have not even said publicly that he is a person of interest. We've spoken to several well-placed sources in law enforcement, and they say that in the investigation, they are viewing him as a suspect. Another thing is they're viewing this as a homicide. We told you more than a month ago that the key thing here is police were waiting to get the medical examiner report back, and they wanted to find out the manner and cause of death. They wanted that from the medical examiner because the reality is at this point, yes, they know that her body was decomposing, that it was chopped up, but they don't know how she died, and they were waiting for those results. We are told they still do not have toxicology results from the medical examiner's office. However, what investigators do know so far is leading them to treat this as a homicide. They're still waiting for the medical examiner report to back that up, but they are viewing David as a suspect and viewing this as a homicide. So there's something else here that's two more things we got to tell you about. And one of them has to do with the fact that there could be other arrests here. David may not be the only person that they end up arresting in this case. So we'll tell you why in just a moment. Now, here is another very key fact that we have been told, that there was in the spring of 2025, they have information, police do, about David going to Santa Barbara County, a remote area of Santa Barbara County. That's how it was described to us, that he went to this remote area, spent several hours there, and then returned to LA. Don't know anything more at this point, don't know. Spring of 2025 is a long way from September, early September, when her body was found in the Tesla. So we don't know yet what exactly that direct connection is, if there's a direct connection to the case, but they have this information about him going to that remote area, and they are trying to find out more about that. So, what I'd said about other arrests. So, again, they don't have the manner of death yet. They don't have the cause of death. What we're told, though, is the manner in which the body was dismembered leads police to believe that whoever did that to Celeste had help, that it was not something that whoever the person is who did it could have done by themselves, and likely, we're told, did have help. Now, we are not being told that there are any other people they are viewing as a suspect. We're not told that there are other persons of interest, just that what they've seen with the body and how it was dismembered, it likely, they feel, was not done by one person. So right now, again, just to recap, David viewed as a suspect by investigators on this case. They view this as a homicide, still waiting for the ME's report to back up the fact that her cause of death is a homicide. And this mysterious Santa Barbara trip in the spring of 2025, I think that is going to be interesting if police can find out more. And then the final question is, who else was involved in dismembering Celeste's body? Don't have an arrest yet, but this is a good sign for people waiting to see if there is going to be justice for Celeste. You know, a lot of times when these cases drag out, people start to think the police aren't doing any work. We saw this with Brian Kohberger in Idaho, and then it turned out the police had been diligently covering all their bases here to try and bring someone to justice. Maybe that is going to happen for Celeste Rivas and her family after all. Of course, if you haven't already,
There you have it. Hey, Norma, good to see you. There you have it. What was he doing in there? What was he doing there? And there could be other possible suspects too. And let me pull up the map of Santa Barbara, and we can check it out. We can check it out. Check it out, man. Norma Guerra 7832. Good to see you. Good to see you, Norma Guerra. Norma Guerra. Here we go, Santa Barbara. And then let me put some layers on here. So this is Santa Barbara, and I mean, it's a far way. Can you guys hear me okay? I want to make sure the audio is good because I'm trying out this new I'm like trying this new audio thing. So hopefully you guys can hear me. But this is, I mean, this is a long way from I mean, this is a freaking long way from Lake Elsinore. And okay, thank you, Norangetta. All right, cool. Thank you guys. Thank you, Cindy. And let me look up some areas. I just want to show you guys how far this is from Los Angeles. Where is that at? I mean, look at that. Oh, it's not too bad. I mean, not too, thank you, Native Girl. Appreciate that. I mean, it's not too bad, but dang, man. Let's see how far it is to Lake Elsinore. Oops. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, look at that. So, in total, from Lake Elsinore to LA to Santa Barbara, it's 6 hours and 24 minutes. I mean, I don't know who has a Tesla, but I'd be curious to see where he had recharged, right? That'd be interesting to see where this guy was recharging. But look at that, it's like a 6 hour. 6 hour. All right, Sarah, let's go. $10 super sticker. This is his behavior, guilty conscience, and the want to distance himself leaking into crime scene. Boom. Sarah with the $10 super chat. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. If you guys haven't checked out her videos, check her out. She's our resident behavior analyst, professional noticer. You'll see her on previous lives, and I brought her on to right when this case started, because what she's really good at is that whenever we don't have any much information, what she's really good at, in my opinion, that she puts the pieces as best as you can to what information you have. And one of the things that she had said earlier, and actually she was one of the first people that really was saying, and we still don't know, right? But oh shit, let me take off this live sim. Is that she was saying that the body could have been dismembered because of uh, compact reasons, right? For utility reasons. So if you guys get a chance, check her out on our previous lives. Thank you again, Sarah, for your $10 super chat. Thank you so much. So Lake Elsinore, man. I mean, look at that. It's a 6 hour and 24-minute drive. I mean, that's a long fucking drive. Long fucking drive. From Lake Elsinore. I mean, look at that. Lake Elsinore is right here. Hopefully, yeah, here we go. See, this is the spot. I mean, this is the home right here. Actually, I'll put, yeah. There we go. Actually, I'll put the house. Let me see. I'll put the actual house there. There we go. That's wild. That is wild. I mean, look at that. Like just going the opposite direction, right? Just going up. That's freaking wild. So let me add the maps, the terrain. I mean, look at the terrain over here, Santa Barbara. So this would, excuse me. So this would be considered Santa Barbara right here. All this area right here. Hopefully you guys can see my mouse. And I mean the rural areas are up here. A lot of hiking trails up here. Shit, maybe I should go hiking up here. Find some clues. But I mean, check this out. Whoa, this looks kind of like with that picture that he had on his one of his Instagrams. Let's see if I can bring that up. That's weird. That's weird. That's like that's the first one I stopped at. Let me bring this up. Let me share this one. This is from David's isn't that wild? Look at that. That's like from David's Instagram. His second Instagram one. I just noticed that. So I'm wondering if this is Santa Barbara. Again, I'm barely catching up on the case and the Santa Barbara angle. So I wanted to go with that with you guys too. And the good thing about that is sometimes you guys have really good eyes. And yeah, this would be interesting. I mean, if you know where this picture's at, that'd be interesting too. Let me know. Let us know. Uh, so this is Rattlesnake Canyon Trailhead over there in Santa Barbara. I mean, look at all this. Look at all this terrain up here. Let me see if I can go to. I want to kind of stay close to the freeway. So let's like look at this spot right here. I mean, look at this stuff right here. I mean, this is all Santa Barbara. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is what I would consider rural areas. And that's so funny. I can't really say that word. That's so funny. Make this bigger. There we go. That's a lot better. Yeah, look, it's a lot of greenery out here. A lot of. I'm just noticing. It's a lot of What is it? A lot of trees. I mean, not much anything. Look at this. Hey, Darcy, good to see you. Welcome. I mean, what's he doing over here? So wild, man. This is right off the 192, and this, I mean, that would be, yeah, because see, these areas are like a lot of homes, and if we focus on this other areas, like right by the freeway, you see what I'm saying? Look at this. So this is what I wanted to go over today, just by myself. This is kind of the stuff that I like to do and check out areas. But this right here is Santa Barbara. Hey, what's up, Flojo? Good to see you. Darcy says, yeah, lots of canyons. Yeah, for sure, right? Because I mean, if we focus more on this side, see, because that's how I see it. Like right by the freeway, like what's right by the freeway on your way to Santa Barbara, and that's kind of a little bit outside of the county. And somebody mentioned, I think somebody mentioned Santa Isabel, I think, or something like that. I think in Nancy Grace's video. Uh, but Santa Barbara is this right here, this outlined area, this red area. And yeah, so look at that. That fits into what maybe they were saying. Look at that. That fits right here. Look at that. I mean, could this be the route? I mean, right by the 192. And if they're looking at something like this, right, him pulling over, I mean, they're saying he's up here. I mean, TMZ through their sources, right? But then a lot of other NBC, LA News, LA NBC, Fox 11, they have their own sources too, and they're saying similar things too. That he police are looking up here. I mean, this is yeah. So I mean, this is like right by the freeway. I mean, what else? Here's a park right here. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think this is like considered a rural area? Would this be a spot that people or somebody would go to potentially hide something? And supposedly it was at like in the nighttime, so that's pretty interesting too. And see, that's like right off the freeway. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, no street lights. Cindy says could be very well. Yeah, could be native girl. Yeah, it'd be pitch black. Oh yeah, you're right. Dang. Yeah, you're right. Pitch black in the night. Yep. Whoops. So it's pretty much a 2 hour drive, and that night there's really not much traffic unless he's coming here. Let's see what's over here. Oh, look at this. This is kind of off by the freeway. Yeah, the 101. This right here. This is a park. Check this park out. Flojo, Flojo, Flojo. Good to see you. Let me crack open this beverage right here. You wanted some distance? Ah, guys, hit the like button, please. Justice for Celeste Rivas. This is in the right direction. We've been covering this case since day one. Everybody here has been following the case since day one. And man, I really appreciate you guys' support for the channel, support for the case. Unfortunately, I can only cover one case at a time. I don't know how all these other YouTubers do it, but I primarily was covering the J. Carroll case, and I'm just waiting for Rebecca's. Um, what is it? Her case coming up on court date coming up on January. So I'm covering this case, the David Celeste Rivas case. Been out there to the memorial and cleaned it up a little bit. And oh, look at this. And I always appreciate you guys' support for me, for the channel. And man, yeah, seriously, I do everything with everybody in mind. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it. So look at this right here, huh? It's interesting. I mean, look at all this. This is more off the 101 right here. Hey, Jade, good to see you. All right. The Coke Zero squad, the Coke Zero gang, as Flojo says. I love that. The Coke Zero gang, for sure. Yeah, you hear that pop? You hear that pop? Yeah. Thank you, Native Girl. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's go. Let's get those likes up a little bit, huh? Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, the Freeway 101. Yeah, the Freeway 101 coastal with ocean views. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And that was from Gold Digger. Damn, look at this. So this is like off the 101. This is Santa Barbara area, and this too would be uh, rural. Rural. Why can't I say that word? uh, oh, it used to be Bates Motel, Oregon. Forest there. Man, this is interesting right here. Just watching, like looking at this stuff. Yeah, so this is off the 101. The park right here. Yeah, and if you're going, yeah, Sarah made a good point. If you're going at night, I mean, not much to see, right? Can kind of go incognito a little bit, right? David, what were you doing over there in Santa Barbara? Can you call in the show and tell us? Yeah, lots of canyon streams and rustic forest in Santa Barbara Canyon. Yeah, it's beautiful out there, man. It's so beautiful. Yeah, I might go out there and go hiking. A lot of hiking trails. Cindy Guzman, good to see you. How you doing? Welcome. Hey, Mark. Wonder if you did on a live here a couple hours stopped. What was he doing here? Yeah, good question. Yeah, definitely wine country. Yep. I do have a picture of here too. This one right here. Very pretty. I mean, see, this is the coastline up here. That's what Gold Digger was saying earlier. Yeah, look at that. It's beautiful, beautiful views. Cindy from sunny South Florida says, or maybe it's a ploy. No, the phone data is tracked, and the real evidence was hours away in a different location. Oh, that's true, huh? That's true. I do want to touch on that too. So that's a good point that you brought. I'll bring it up now because I'll forget later. Because um, in one of the interviews, I think Nancy Grace was saying, I'll bring her up in a minute, is where she was saying something about if she was unalived months before Tesla was, or well, when she was discovered on September 8th, 2025 that maybe she was presumed alive, and that maybe somebody had her phone and was texting saying it was her. So that could be something like that too, right? With the phone data's track, maybe send it over here. Yeah, like a red herring. I could see that. Yep. That parked makes it sound perhaps planned. Oh, that's interesting. I'm just going over comments. One would exit. Darcy says one would exit the Highway 101 to head all the way inland through Kansas, all the way to OJ. That's my thought. That's interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, see, this is like what we just saw right now. That's from the 101 area. So this could be it. I see it something where it's off the 101, sticking close to the coastline, or breaking off over here to the 192, going into Santa Barbara. I could see that too. Freaking wild, man. It's like, what were you doing there? Sarah says, conclusion, David is dumb and Tesla tells on you. Yeah, it's a self-snitching car, right? Remember that we were talking about that? It's like that's one car that's gonna snitch on you for sure. Gold Digger says Oprah lives right outside Santa Barbara, Montecito. Meghan Markle and her family live in Santa Barbara. Oh, that's true, right? Markle, yeah, Santa Barbara. Isn't the other one too? Ashley Buzzard from Santa Barbara? Isn't that where she's from too? Oh yeah, fewer cameras too. Yeah. That's a good point too. Not a lot of cameras up there, right? Because you're trying to get away from the city, right? All the cameras in the city in the LA. You want to go somewhere far. You want to go somewhere that's secluded to do whatever you're going to do out there. Sarah says, "Hey David, what were you doing in Santa Barbara at 3 a.m. in pitch black darkness for the hours alone that one night in spring kickball? Yeah, what were you doing there, David?" It's a tongue twister. Yeah, Norma, it is. But why can't I say it? Rule roll. Flojo. Rule. I can't even say it. Oh, doing the evil deeds with tools, huh? Thank you, Native Go. Yeah, if you guys have any information or anything, send it to Mark the Shark 943. We also have a Discord for members only. And man, we get into some freaking deep waters. Okay. We go into the deep. We're sharks and we go deep in the ocean. I mean, if you guys want to stay up late one night and you guys want to join the members and go deep dive in this case, come join us, man, because we got some really cool people in there. Flojo's in there, Della Denk's in there, Whitney, Native Girl, all the members are in there. Everybody's in there, and Gold Digger's in there, Darcy, yeah, everybody, all my members are in there. Cindy from sunny South Florida, everybody. So thank you, all my members. Um, getting a lot of green, got a lot of green in the chat, so that's cool. I really appreciate that. So let's see. GPS, not phone evidence put in there. Oh, the GPS. That's interesting too, right? From the so that makes me believe that there's like more evidence that they have, right? Because that's what we were talking about. Where's all the, obviously they're not going to tell us, but we were speculating that that's probably a ton of the stuff that they have is video, Tesla, data. I mean, all kinds of stuff. So maybe they were just playing chess and they were like, we don't have anything. He's not a suspect. He's cooperating. And then we find out he's not even cooperating. Freaking wild, man. Let me go over comments real quick so I can catch up, and then I'll put another video up. Darcy says just search the stop bar yeah. I'm probably not saying that wrong. I'm probably not saying that right. It's what I thought. Canyons and secluded spots. Santa Barbara to OJAI. I don't know how to pronounce that either. Secluded spots. Couple biker bars too. Dang, I can't talk today. Cindy from Sunny South Florida says, Sarah, the same could be true about GPS. Yeah. Yeah. Phone isn't proof it's David. Darcy, I think Santa Barbara could be a red herring. Yeah, it might be, right? It might be. But if he's there for a couple hours, I mean, it could be anything at this point. Yeah, you done with the green? Heck yeah. Gold Eagle, Michael Jackson Neverland Ranch was in Santa Barbara as well. The lifestyle of coastal living is desired, and you still have the ability to do business in LA in a short distance. Oh, so I wonder if he had any. That's a good point. I wonder if he had any business dealings up here, right? I mean, it is wine country, as Flojo was saying, and I wonder if there's if he has any familiarity with Santa Barbara. So Darcy, they never said he was cooperating. His team said, yeah, his team was saying a lot of stuff, right? And that makes me question the validity um of other stuff too that their camp was coming out with. I mean, naturally. Colo SF, good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, BFly213, good to see you. It's hard for you to say too? Okay. OJ. Oh, hi. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jade. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Where is that? Oh. Oh, that's right here. Look at that. It's right here. I mean, but look at all this stuff right here. Look at all this. Santa Barbara's right here. Look at all these mountains right here. Yeah, look at all these mountains. There we go. Oh, hi. Huh. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. What is the link to this Discord? I made Discord for members only. If you can't afford the members only, just send me an email. I'll send you the what is it, $3-4 for what it is. It's just to keep the I don't know, hold on, the trolls out, I guess. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, that's a good question, right? Because if this dismemberment is correct, then maybe, dang, maybe he did take somebody body parts out there. Maybe he did go and hide body parts. If the dismemberment is true, and I know Sarah is a strong believer of that. Um, so if that's the case, and then something happened, he got disturbed, or he just couldn't do it anymore, or I mean, I don't know. Who knows, right? But I mean, freaking wild stuff. The woods. Beefly says. Beefly asks, "Is someone involved in snitching on him?" Well, I don't know. Whoever. I mean, if I think the Tesla snitching on him. To be honest. Yeah, in the spring of middle, in the middle of spring night. Call us up. MJ was out there hiding his pedophile ways. Colo, you join the member, you will get a link to the Discord. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you send me an email, I can send you like the $3 or whatever it is. And I'm trying to see if when YouTube is going to give me my free memberships too, so I can give them out. Sarah says trying to get out of LA fast and hard. Oh, thank you, Flojo. I appreciate that. Gold Digger, there's also a small airport in Santa Barbara that people use to fly to LAX. It's a quick flight, but he's allegedly driving. Oh, that's interesting too, right? Huh. All right. Yeah, just send me an email, Colo. No worries. We'll get you in there so you can join the conversation. BFly213 he's too damn obvious with his lyrics and visuals. Yeah, right? BFly says he's been suspect number one for a minute and seems like was a reverse smear campaign with people making fake memes about his innocence. Weird AF. Huh. Sarah says, or he used to the sadistic tool that SF investigates talked about on Torso. Yeah, but he kind of backtracked on that. He kind of redacted that, right? He said something like, I don't know. He just said a different. Every time he says something, and he can't say it to the full extent, then we are opinionating about it. Then he says, "I never said that." It's difficult. I mean, I respect what he's doing. I just wish he'd be just a little bit more communicative, just a little bit, and I think he'd be okay. BFly213 says, no, I heard somewhere that someone cracked and is telling on him. Whoa. Who knows what the truth nowadays, though? Yeah, right? That's interesting. Yep. Um, my email. Yeah, oh, shit. Gold Digger. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Gold Digger with the 5 membership Baby Sharks. Norma Guerra. All right. I'm glad you got that one because you're always in here. So that's cool. All right, Norma Guerra. Cuff, you got one? Oh, that's cool. She got good karma her way because last time she donated a super chat. So that's cool. Sunshine Susie. Oh, Sharon Parker. Sharon Parker got it. Arias got it. Oh, that is cool. Thank you so much, Gold Digger. Let's go. I need like a horn or something, man. I need like a horn sound. Let me see if I can get a horn sound. Yeah. Let me do this one right here. Hold on. Let me play this one for Sarah and Gold Digger. 1 second. Bring this up. I'm gonna have to figure out how to put that in here. Because as you know, I'm pretty new at YouTube, so uh, I'm trying. Here we go. Share my screen. Screen share. Here we go. Here we go. Oh man, I just exited out of that, and I had the. Why you do that to me, huh? Here we go. Hopefully you guys can hear this. Let's go. Could you guys hear that? Could you hear that attempt to my attempt to put a sound effect in there? I want that sound effect whenever somebody does a super chat, super sticker, or memberships. Yeah, thank you, Gold Digger, so much for your support for the channel. I really appreciate it. If you guys got a membership, Gold Digger is the one that gifted you guys one. Make sure you guys thank her if you already haven't. If you have, cool. Thank you so much. That's cool. Sharon got one too. Let's go. Yo, Whitney. Whitney. Put this over here. All right, that's cool. You guys can hear it. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can have one of those air horns as a sound effect. I like that sound effect. Let me go back to the. Let me catch up with chat, and then that way, because I want to put another video up. Darcy says, I just can't wrap my head around Santa Barbara midnight trip being significant. Clue? Huh? Harvey misspeaks a lot. Could be, could be. Sarah says he can't speak for the LAPD. Mm-hmm. Cindy from South Florida, nice gold digger. Mm-hmm. Woohoo. Cole SF, Harvey's full of BS, and I refuse to even watch things anymore. I think the regular news also reported the trip to Santa Barbara. They did, yeah. And he, what is it? Harvey's the one that broke the news with that. Or actually, no, his co-host. Mm-hmm. Flojo says, let's do a collab later on. Maybe. Colo, I agree about TMZ. Mark, not a horn. That's cheesy. Darcy. uh, all right, Shellis160. Yeah, she got a membership. All right. She says, thank you, Gold Digger. Colo B-Fly1213 says, yeah, can't deal with it. Oh, Charles. Right on. Thank you, Flojo. Everybody forgets his name, huh? Is Cuffy in here? I don't see her in here. Shelly wants to. No, you're not blocked. Why would you think that? Let's go. Whitney, how you doing? Good to see you. Did you get some sleep, Whitney? Did you get sleep? Yeah, is Cuffy in here? I don't see her. Cuffy, are you in here? All right, let me play another video.
I am thrilled to be speaking to the senior national correspondent at the New York Post and the podcast of New York Post Cast. Caitlin, I'm so thrilled to be talking to you, but not thrilled about the topic. It's, as I call him, D4VD, aka David Anthony Burke, aka the They're not saying a word, they're not confirming this, that finally LAPD is considering David Anthony Burke as a suspect in the death of a teen girl, Celeste. I've been analyzing what we have learned overnight. First of all, that's not a surprise to me that D4VD is being considered a suspect. I mean, the little girl is dead, dismembered in his car in a plastic bag. We can accept that that's not an accident and it's not a suicide. We can go with that. And it's his Tesla.
Trigger warning, Nancy. But they have really good information, so I want to hear. And plus, I want to catch up with what's going on.
And he never reported her missing, never reported his vehicle missing. But I got something for you, Caitlin. Neighbors stated at the get-go that Tesla was covered in dirt, like it had been out in the elements. It was filthy and banged up. This is the critical part. In the spring, the LAPD is apparently focusing, there you go, is apparently focusing on a date in the spring where D4VD goes out into rugged terrain outside Santa Barbara. Looking at a map, I'm guessing it's the Santa Ynez Valley, where it would have gotten covered in filth, covered in mud, covered in dirt, much like it is in the picture. If this is true, if this child was dismembered there and not inside D4VD's mansion, we would expect to find particulate. In other words, dirt, flora, fauna of a insect nature on her body, on those bags, especially at the juncture of dismemberment. This isn't Dexter, Caitlin. They're not shrink wrapping the whole room and putting on a surgical outfit to dismember this little girl. Mistakes were made. And from those mistakes, we will get evidence, Caitlin.
And Nancy, I don't think that David, or D4VD as he has styled himself, it would be considered any sort of criminal mass.
Thank you, Cindy from sunny South Florida, for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, some people like Nancy, some people don't like Harvey, some people don't like this. But you know what I do like? I like the information.
Mastermind. So your point of this isn't Dexter, this is not a professional that we're talking about. Of course, mistakes were made. Of course, there were issues. I mean, the body was left to rot in this Tesla, abandoned for months. And it's so interesting that the date that they're looking at is in spring, because from what we understand from our reporting, it's believed that this poor child died in spring. So those dates would certainly coincide. Now, her body was so badly decomposed by the time they found it in this trunk that I think that's why it has taken so long for us to get to the point where he's being considered a suspect. I mean, you hit the nail on the head when you said, I am not surprised that he's being considered a suspect. What surprises me that at this point, he isn't officially named a suspect and hasn't been arrested, which makes me think from an investigative standpoint, what don't the police or investigators have yet? And does that have to do with how badly her body was decomposed by the time they got there? Because from all of the reporting that we've done, there seems to be a ton of at least circumstantial or sus evidence out there that these two were in a relationship and they had a very troubled relationship. A lot of the songs that he came out with had to do with violence in a relationship. He had a song named after her. He had a song about homicide, romantic homicide specifically. It just seems like all signs are pointing to a volatile relationship. And we have to remember the age difference between these two. I mean, he is an adult, a young adult, but officially an adult. She's a child. So I mean, him reporting her missing off the bat, if let's say in a wild world, he had nothing to do with this, would still point to him as having an inappropriate sexual relationship with the child. So it's just, there's so many different elements here that seem so problematic. And the mansion, that's what gets me. The mansion that he was living at, $20,000 a month, Hollywood Hills, amazing mansion, was rented by his manager, who he was living with. So it does seem like these types of kind of B, D, Z list celebrities tend not to do things on their own. They tend to surround themselves with a bunch of people who help them through everything. So the manager and his little entourage is exactly where I would focus my efforts, because you're going to want to flip one of them if they know anything.
We were showing shots of D4VD's mansion, specifically the surveillance cameras outside I assume that there are surveillance cameras inside as well. And this is from our friend Harvey Levin over at TMZ. That is a seismic shift, Caitlin. When we're looking at the evidence, you referred to the condition of the body. That body had been in bags or bag for weeks and weeks at the least, months and months at the most, sitting in the heat in a car trunk.
What I was going to ask you guys, when do you think spring started? Like, when do you think, or when they say spring, what date does it make sense to you guys? Around what date? Month or date? Curious to see what you guys have come up with so far.
I can't tell you how much evidence has been lost, but we are hearing that she was dismembered and that the killer needed help to dismember her. I'm not sure how they are determining that, but that is what the report is. The killer had help. This is the problem. At this juncture, let's just go with a spring death. Her body would...
Yeah, see, spring death. So April 20th, Jada Bod? March? Huh. He wasn't living with his manager, lives out of state. B-Fly says. Gold Digger, Mark, here's to know, did forensics say she was in the Tesla for months decomposing, or was just found in the Tesla? From my understanding, they said she's been dead for several weeks. Several weeks. Flojo TV says, what if his dad helped him? Whoa. Do you know something, Flojo, that we don't know? Do you have insider information? Huh. I think you might know something. He's a professional. Get rid of her. Oof. Cindy Guzman says March. Jade says April. B-Fly says April, May. Yeah. Oh, March 20th? Okay. Jade. Darcy says that also crossed my mind about his dad. Dang, that'd be wild, right? Well, it wouldn't surprise me. It surprised me, but then it wouldn't surprise me that his... I want to be careful how I say that. Let me say this. I want to be careful how I say this. Parents will do whatever it takes to protect their children. I'll put it that way. Play this again.
now be like slime. The slime that children make, out of starch and color and glitter, and suddenly you've got goo. That. And if the body was in that shape, a gelatinous goo, we're losing all the tool markings. In other words, from a saw or whatever tool was used to dismember her. We're also losing soft tissue markings such as asphyxiation marks around the neck or even burst petechiae in the eye to suggest asphyxiation. So what do you do when you don't have a COD cause of death or MOD manner of death? You go to co-defendants. You go to conspirators as you just described. Now, if there's never a COD, even established with co-conspirators or his gang, there's still a theory, a legal theory I have not heard anyone discuss. Felony murder. It's in every jurisdiction in the United States, including California, and it's very simple, Caitlin. Simply put, if a death occurs during the commission of a felony, that is felony murder, and it is prosecuted with the same seriousness as murder one, malice murder. For instance, Kate.
See, we've been talking about this the whole time, how it would make it a felony, right? And I keep showing that picture of Celeste Rivas' body in the Tesla, and I keep, before all this came out, I kept asking the question, does this look like a misdemeanor to you guys? And thank you, Della Dank, for this is enhanced picture. I have one, but I can't find it, and for whatever reason, yours is like easily accessible somehow. because I think maybe you're sending on Discord. But thank you, Della Dank. Credit to Della Dank. Appreciate you. She's also one of our members, part of the Shark family. But I always ask, does this look like a misdemeanor to you guys?
You and I agree we must rob a bank. And before we go in, I say, Caitlin.
Hey, Drunk Turkey Show. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. Drunk Turkey Show. Daniel. If you guys aren't already subbed up to that guy's channel, he's freaking awesome. I've seen him grow, and he does really good insights. I'm more boots on the ground type of guy. He's more of the law enforcement law side. Yeah, check him out. I'll see if I can drop his link in a second.
Don't kill anybody. Don't fire your weapon. And you go, sure. We go in, and the first thing you do is shoot a teller dead. I'm like, what did we just say? Long story short, I will be prosecuted for felony murder. I'm in the commission of a felony, bank robbery, armed robbery, and a death occurs. Even if the teller had a heart attack, that can still be a felony murder. So what is the underlying felony? Child abuse, child neglect, or even child molestation, or harboring a fugitive child who's run away from home, or giving drugs to a child. All of those can be construed as a felony, and a death occurred. I don't have to have a clear picture of him or the killer strangling her, stabbing her. No, felony murder. And if this case is prosecuted as a murder, that will be an alternative count, if not the main count. And let me get you to imagine, Caitlin, for just one moment, a sinking ship out on a turbulent ocean with rats running across the deck. One of those rats is going to talk, to squeak, in an effort to save their own skin. A drowning rat will grab hold of anything, much less a sweetheart deal from a prosecutor, to say what they know about Celeste's death. This case will be made.
Dang, a rat on a sinking ship. Dang. Let's go. Justice for Celeste Rivas. Let's go.
One way or the other, whether by a COD, whether by the use of a felony murder charge, whether by the use of a co-conspirator that was there on the scene turned witness, or by the proof she was dismembered out in that rugged terrain, as evidenced by proof within the car, on her body, on the bags, where she was dismembered. That's what I'm thinking of tonight.
As you were explaining that, I was putting myself in the mental space of someone who is.
So this is great too. With the computer, I can I can now click on it and stuff like that for fair use. I mean, I haven't been dinged on it because I definitely give everybody that come up on panel, like the videos and stuff like that, I give them credit. Like if it's Nancy Grace, Harvey, I mean, there's some things I disagree, but I'm glad that they're covering the case. I'm glad everybody's covering the case. Everybody in the true crime community. Shout out to you guys too. Daniel, Dr. Vana, I know they did a show together on this case, and they have really good insight too. Really good insight. So I'll be watching the replay on that. So again, shout out to all the true crime community, everybody that's been covering the case, and hopefully we get an arrest soon. Hopefully we get justice for Celeste Rivas.
Is David's friend, his manager, in his entourage. And if I were sitting in a police interrogation room and you were explaining to me all of that, my first thought would be, well, I'm not going to be on the hook for something somebody else did. So of course I'm going to turn around and rat on that person and squeal on that person. It is Exactly. As you described, as you were walking through it, you came to the conclusion that in my head, I was sitting there like, okay, well, if that's me, I'm absolutely giving up the other guy because I'm not going down for that. The question I'm wondering now is then what is the commission of the crime they were doing when this all happened? And I think that will come down to those security videos, as you said, to see what was happening on that day in spring, where they went into the wilderness, what was going on there. And then at its base, she's a minor. I mean, she's a minor in this lifestyle with these people. So there in and of itself seems.
Yeah, see, this is the other thing we were talking about too, is we kept saying, and I know Sarah too. Sarah, our resident professional noticer, she brings it home by saying she's a child. She's a child. So I'm glad they're emphasizing that here, because it kind of seems like it gets lost in all of the noise, in my opinion.
An avenue where they could go about finding some sort of crime. As you mentioned, we don't know how she died, whether or not it was accidental, which it certainly does not seem to be the case, or if it was a homicide, because they haven't assessed that yet. They're waiting for the medical examiner to come out with the toxicology report before they can go and determine any of that. But just the fact that this child's body was dismembered, put in bags, dumped in a car, which was then itself dumped, everything about that is pointing to criminal activity, that this was not a natural death. And it's a shame to think that all of that evidence had been washed away. As I was hearing you so vividly described it, it reminds me of the state that we found Tylee Ryan's body in, when it was basically just goop and they couldn't get a lot out of that. So the other evidence, the people talking, are going to be paramount in order to set the person who did this to this poor child away for hopefully life.
And one clarification, many people think that a toxicology screen cannot be obtained once the body is decomposed. Not true. Even mummified remains can be liquefied, like in a blender, with a saline solution or some neutral solution added in, liquefied, and from that liquid, from the blender, a toxicology screen can be obtained.
Yeah, even mummified bodies can. Is she saying? Let me play that again, because that's beyond my understanding or knowledge. But that's very important what she was saying, because she had some specialist talking about that too. We went over that. She goes over that here. Let me rewind that.
The people talking are going to be paramount in order to set the person who did this to this poor child away for hopefully life.
And one clarification, many people think that a toxicology screen cannot be obtained once the body is decomposed. Not true. Even mummified remains can be liquefied, like in a blender, with a saline solution or some neutral solution added in, liquefied, and from that liquid, from the blender, a toxicology screen can be obtained. We can't get a quantity as, what, did she overdose or does she have a little bit of cocaine? You can't get a quantity, which may preclude an OD, but any amount of drugs given to a child is a felony. Also, that trip out in.
You guys hear that? Any amount of drug or drugs given to a minor is a felony. Boom.
Into the rugged terrain. It was in the middle of the night. What was he doing out in terrain in the middle of the night for several hours?
David, what were you doing in the middle of the night for several hours in Santa Barbara? Type it in the chat what you were doing, David, please.
And last, Caitlin, you said he's hardly a criminal mastermind. Well, look at Dennis Rader, BTK. He killed for decades. He was a dog catcher, not a criminal mastermind, and he got away with it. This change in the timeline, Caitlin, I want you to think about this as we part. It's a seismic change in this case because this means she would have died back in the spring. Here's the mastermind part. Possibly. For all those months, it was maintained and presented that she was alive. Was a double used? Were texts, emails sent from her phone, for instance, her friends and family, to maintain the ruse that she was alive?
Where have we heard this before, right? Where have we heard that somebody was using somebody's phone to contact people to make it seem like that person was alive? Where have we seen that? Gabby Petito case, right? The Gabby Petito case. So that's interesting that that was the first thing that popped up in my head when she said that. That's a really good example. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Let's see, because you guys are sending some really good comments. Flojo says they are alleging that she was buried and unburied. So what if he buried her and then came back and others with others and unburied her? Whoa, yeah, that would be interesting, right? Or not even buried her, just put her out there for so they could, do whatever they needed to do and then come back, right? I mean, that would be a felony for sure because you're hiding what, I mean, I forget the correct terminology or the right wording, but you're hiding what, if you knew somebody else committed that crime and you're hiding it for them, then that's also a felony. I'll see if I can bring it up. But that would make it 2 trips. That's Flojo. Cindy Guzman, I believe there's at least 4 or 5 that didn't in this group. Goldigo says it's troubling that the smell was only noticed once it was the tow yard. If the body had been in the front for several weeks, that's the part. That's a very good point, Gold Digger. Why was it only noticed towards that, right? And if it was in the spring, if it was that long, then how was the smell not noticed sooner? And it only was noticed at the tow yard. I've been having trouble with that. I mean, if you guys know, let me know how that would be possible, or within the time frame of her being supposed unalived. Yeah, that's a good question. That's the trouble I have right there, too. Flo just says, "Following giving drugs to mine." Yep. Drunk Turkey Soul says, "Hi, hello." Oh, thank you, Native Girl. Appreciate that for that trigger warning. Flojo, did Deladane go to school today? Aura, good to see you. Aura. That's another word I can't say. Yeah, they did have that was a good show. You were saying, yeah, you were saying that on the Discord. I'll have to check it out for sure. I dropped their links in the on the chat. Make sure you guys check them out too, because they're really good. Their insights are really great. Native Girl, welcome. Cindy Guzman, Mark, can you find the video? Did you find the video of his bodyguard? Heavyset guy who looks Mexican says to the young people he is drinking outside, says out of the blue he helped David with Celeste and he runs away. Oh yeah, I've seen that. That guy's a freaking knucklehead. Yeah, here you go. Here's Drunk Turkey and then Dr. Vana, another friend of the show. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by my small channel. I appreciate you, man. Sienna says, absolutely, Nancy, because it looks like he only hired a lawyer for himself. They need to start singing right now. Today, call the LAPD. I agree. They need to start making phone calls, right? Start talking to their lawyers. Something. Cindy Guzman says, the group was talking together. Someone started talking about Celeste. The bodyguard says he helped them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've seen that. And I think he was saying that he was drunk. The bodyguard said he got drunk and started to just talk shit, pretty much. And he got bad, like horrible, like feedback and from online, as he should, for saying something so stupid. Saying everybody in his circle that he was harboring a runaway child and that he was a weirdo, but they wanted to line their pockets so they didn't care about his innocent child this innocent child. Oh, your video flow got blocked 2 seconds after playing David's favorite song. Yeah, that's not good. Cindy Guzman says, right, Mark, so much videos, people talking, don't let it rest. Yep, until we see all in prison justice for Celeste and her family. Absolutely, absolutely. Shout out to everybody covering the case. Flojo's covering the case too. I'll drop his link in the chat in a second after I catch up with the chat. So it's good, you know what I mean? It's good to have that awareness out there. It's good that people are covering it. And it's good that people care about these cases. And I mean, yeah, for sure. Everybody in the true crime community, man, my hat's off to you. Especially with Reddit, too. Reddit's been on fire with this. They have not let go of this case. Even though it's been quiet for a minute, they have been pumping out information, pumping out where certain areas are. You give them a picture and they will find it. Sienna, yes, y'all, the terrain at Santa Barbara County is very rugged. That's why there's always mudslides up there. I think that's where he did it, and they drove back to LA with her in the trunk. Huh, that's wild. Eric, hey, Eric, good to see you. Welcome. Yes, justice for this little one. Rest in peace, Celeste. Cindy, yeah, the excuse me. You got some water. Cindy says, Guzman says that Doc Emmy says you can tell even if the body's mummified, drugs and how she died. Yep, that's what he says. Sarah Adams says you can get tox results from bone marrow. They'd ID Suzanne Morpheo case. Oh, that's right, with the bone marrow. Yep, with the toxicology results. Yep. Coke Zero gang. Back to work, but listening. Oh, right on, Jade. You have a good day at work. Cindy Guzman, they can tell knife was used or gun on bones. If they can give a drug test by your hair follicle years back, they can tell what kind of cigarette you smoke. Very intelligent. Cindy Guzman in a shed. Sarah, they only know one trip he took out there. Okay. Thank you, Native Girl, for the reminder. Are you okay? Because they moved it, Sarah says. Oh, they moved like it was tilted up, right, from the toe. Floja, but could have came back with another car. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? When we have answers, there's like 10,000 more questions, right? What was he doing up there? How did he get help? Did somebody else go with him? Did somebody else follow him in another car? Did they go back in a different car? I mean, did they go back in leave her there, then come back, right? I mean, all these scenarios. I agree. Sarah says they opened the bag in the towing. Oh. Flojo, or the trip recorded to San Bernardino could have been his second trip to unbury the body. Sarah, GPS on Tesla put him there. Cindy Guzman, the neighbors complain of the smell, though, dead animals. Yeah, they did say it, right? That the neighbors were saying that they complained about the smell. But if they did, it's almost always after the fact, right? It's almost after the fact that that they knew there was a body in there or something like that. So at the time, the only person that reported was the manager. It was actually one of the managers from the tow yard, because I asked somebody who it was that found the body, and he had told me that it was the manager that reported it that found out. Jade says maybe that's where she was unalive and they brought her back and left in the trunk. Sarah says other people could be involved. Oh, that's right. Marky next door. Yep. Flo. Flo says he actually said he helped him bury her. Jeez, man. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Native Girl. Yeah, that's FloJo's channel right there. He's also covering it. He's part of the Shark family. He's a member of the Shark crew, and he's been doing the deep dives into it too. So shout out to FloJo and everybody else that is covering the case. Yeah, no problem, Flo. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. Hey, Ava, good to see you. Welcome. Why leave? Ava says, why leave her in the car that was his, even if under his manager's name? What was under his name? It was, yeah, under his name. It was registered to David. That's how they knew it was from him. And it's wild too because we also went into like that TMZ got the tip that it was Celeste Rivas before the police got the tip. So who's sending that tip? Sienna says, okay, thank you, Native Girl. Sienna says, it's so hard to hear these types of things because this was a little girl. This was an innocent child who is having issues at home and a predator preyed on her and now she's gone. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. And those predators, allegedly like David, prey on people like that and take advantage of people like that. So you always have to be on your toes. You have to always have your head on a swivel. And I always recommend this book to everybody that I have everybody here. This book, it's called The Narcissist Playbook. And it's a really good book. And that book changed my life. It opened up my eyes and it changed my life. It's I think it's by Dana Morningstar. I think that's the author. But that book is really good and it'll show you some of the things that narcissists do because it's the same playbook that they do. And you'll start to pick up on it. And you'll start to see people who are trying to either take advantage of you, have ulterior motives, and change my life. So I recommend that. That's one of the books I always recommend. Flo just says, I think they tracked his phone rather than his Tesla information. Yeah. Sienna, thank you guys because that's part of Santa Barbara. There's nothing over there. It's just dark. Why was he out there? Yeah, very good question. Cindy goes, why move the car so close to the house if I had if it had a bought already? Scared, but he never reported it stolen. Yeah, more questions, right? Okay, question is still the same. That's like letting yourself up to get caught, Ava says. All right, Native Girl, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Gold Digger says, yep. I have thought the same thing. All right, I'm caught up with chat. Let me play this.
Food for thought, right? Food for thought. Caitlin Becker, I'm so thrilled to be speaking to you about this case. And we're waiting for LAPD to confirm much of what we're talking about tonight. This was from a source from within the LAPD that, of course, is remaining anonymous. Bye, buddy.
Thanks, Nancy.
All right, so that was Nancy Grace and Caitlin Becker. So shout out to them for keeping the story alive. Let me play this other video. So I'm trying to get caught up too with this one's a 5-minute video, and then there's another one after this one too. So let me play this one. Bring this up. Just give me 1 second. That way we can all get caught up.
That logic is not a big part of this case because a lot of it doesn't make sense just in terms of everything that happened. I want to talk about the mystery still in this David investigation. We broke the story yesterday that David is viewed as a suspect. in the death of Celeste Rivas. The big mystery centers around something that we have now confirmed absolutely as true, that the LAPD has some tracking information where they claim that David took this mysterious trip to a very remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night in the spring of 2025. Now, that is months before the body was discovered in Los Angeles in a trunk. I don't think it's hard to connect the dots.
Yeah, so it's months. If it is in the spring, if that's when she was unalive, that'd be months, right?
And he stayed there, by the way, for several hours. So I don't think it's hard to connect the dots that one of the things they seem to be looking at is whether Celeste was killed then and he buried the body there or left the body there in some way. If he did that, then the question would be, why would somebody, whether it would be him or somebody else, remove the body from Santa Barbara County, which is 100 miles away from LA, and bring it to Los Angeles, and then put it and leave it in a trunk on a well-traveled street, only to be found after the car was abandoned? That's the part that doesn't make sense. And I think that's, at least what I'm hearing, that's something the LAPD is really looking at. But I believe they have a theory. I don't know what it is, but based on our information, they have some theory about if the body was buried in Santa Barbara County or left in Santa Barbara County in some remote area, how it came back to Los Angeles. And that may also explain why we are told the LAPD believes that David would have had help. And now I don't know whether that help would be taking the body from Santa Barbara back to LA. I don't know. But that to me is the
Yeah, see, that's the thing, that he had help, and oh man, I mean, they're saying that from their sources, and even NBC for their sources are saying that more possible suspects, right? If I'm hearing that correct. Um, that's something that caught our ears right away, right? More possible suspects, more possible arrests. Um, let me play this again.
logical way of connecting the dots. Now, I'm also told that logic is not a big part of this case because a lot of it doesn't make sense just in terms of everything that happened. But based on this Santa Barbara trip, it seems that the LAPD's operative theory is that Celeste was killed in the spring of 2025. The body not discovered until around September of this year. Now, the other thing that's interesting is there has not been a formal cause of death determined by the medical examiner, nor has the LAPD received the toxicology report. So they can't say that this is a homicide and David is a suspect because they can't definitively say now that it's a homicide. Their operating theory, we know, is that it is a homicide, but the coroner, the medical examiner, has not said that yet, nor has the medical examiner delivered toxicology to LAPD. What I'm told is the relationship between the medical examiner's office and the LAPD is not the greatest, because now we're 2.5 months in since the body was discovered, and still the LAPD doesn't know A, cause of death, B, what the toxicology shows. And what I'm told is this kind of underscores not a great relationship where the medical examiner is particularly cooperative with the LAPD. 2.5 months isn't unusual for and I hate to use the term, run-of-the-mill homicide case, but this is a very high-profile homicide case, and a lot of times that can be accelerated. It doesn't seem to be accelerated here. So there is no formal determination of cause of death. There is no toxicology report. There is no formal label of suspect, because you can't call somebody a suspect until you know that it's a homicide. But again, we can tell you that.
Well, from my understanding is that from a lot of the, I mean, from my understanding, everybody's a person of interest. That's what any detective will tell you. From what I've seen in documentaries and just as a keyboard warrior, you know what I mean? As a, that's what I've seen, is that police or detectives will say everybody's a person of interest until they're not.
Investigators in robbery homicide are viewing this as a homicide, and they are viewing David as the suspect. But again, we are told they believe he had help. So Santa Barbara seems to be a central part of this case, this trip to Santa Barbara, to be continued.
There you have it. There you have it. Dang, that's wild stuff, man. Wild stuff. It seems like everybody has sources in the LAPD, NBC, Harvey, Fox News. I mean, why wouldn't they have sources in there? So I guess David Harvey isn't the only one with the sources coming out with this information. Um, Let me see. Goals ask a question. Yeah, there is a house up there. Let me show you guys real quick what it looks like. Let me share my screen. Share my screen. Yeah, see, this is what it looks like. Uh, Goal. This is what, and see, there's like houses right here. So I think one of these houses was the one that reported the Tesla being there. And as you know, yeah, I was here on site, on scene, covering the Celeste Rivas case, just to get a feel for it, because it's a lot different when you're seeing it on the computer. It's a lot different when you're seeing it on the phone. And see, there's a camera up here too. When I was there, I noticed this camera. That's what I noticed too, is if there's any cameras, if there's anything there. I'm not sure how well these cameras capture, because it looks like it's coming down on the cars. So I'm not sure if it would capture who was coming in or out, or what captured from the street view. But I know that, like, I have like 4 cameras, 5 cameras, and it looks like it's pointing down sometimes, but it's capturing the whole street. So I'm wondering if this captured anything right here, right? Look at that. Let's see if there's something else right here. I mean, this might be a doorbell camera right here. I mean, if they're coming up the street. Either way, there's a bunch of cameras. I mean, even SF Investigates was saying that he knows who drove the camera. I mean, the Tesla. Um, but yeah, if you're driving this up the hill towards where the Tesla is, see right there. I mean, you're getting bombarded with cameras. I mean, there's cameras everywhere. See, and this is where I think the Tesla was coming. See, there's a camera right there too. See if the Tesla's coming down this way. Keep going, you keep going, keep going, you keep going up. See right here. Keep going. And then, see, they blocked it out right here. They blocked out the house. But interestingly enough, I saw this. Look at this blue Tesla. Isn't that weird? But yeah, there is houses across the street where the black Tesla was parked last July 28th, 2025. July 28th, 29th. I know, me too. Goal. I'm definitely stuck on that too. 100%. Oh, spaghetti! I love spaghetti. I made that last night. I can eat spaghetti every day, all day. Oh, Harry and David are each other's lawyers? Are friends? Dang. Hey, Kevin, good to see you. Says happy holidays. Thank you. So isn't that weird? Like this blue Tesla that's here? Plot twist, Harvey sold him the Tesla. January 2nd. In the video, Aura says, in the video where he was dragging the body, and is that Celeste sneakers? Oh, that's interesting. Which one? Which video? Cindy Guzman says, maybe unalived happened in Santa Barbara area about the month of May, June. David picked her up back in Cali. The SUV that followed him helped the group, in her opinion. Flojo, because of the volume of calls and emails I received following TMZ's report from an unnamed source, I need to state that for legal reasons, I cannot provide any further public comment on the Celeste Riva case at this time. This is not permanent, but for now, in the situation, my client's goal and my goal remain justice for Celeste Riva and none this justice for Celeste. Gold Digger says, thank you, Mark. I'm so stuck on the smell. Forgive me if the body was in the front for months. One of the neighbors identified was coming from the Tesla right across the street. I would think so, and some people did say that they did smell something, and possibly like a dead animal. Flojo says, SF also said that he had another friend who parked their car there for a long period of time. I think the video showed Chuck Taylor shoes. Aura says, I thought she meant where it's been parked since January. Huh. So let me play this other video so we can get caught up too, because I haven't been. I need to get caught up. Let me share my screen. So I guess that's what SF Investigates just said, huh? I wonder if, I wonder who's been contacting them. Let me share my screen.
Welcome to TMZ Live. We broke a big story. There is movement in the case involving the death of a friend of singer David's, Celeste Rivas, who was found dead in his trunk back in early September. We now know that LAPD homicide investigators believe her death was a homicide and say he is the suspect. Even though it has not formally come out as suspect, they have eyes on David as the guy who they think did it.
Right. What they have uncovered to this point leads them to believe that he is the suspect and that this is a homicide. Now, we should say that the medical examiner has still not returned the toxicology results.
Nor has determined the cause of death.
Determined manner or cause of death.
And manner or cause of death is officially important because the coroner needs to weigh in, but it's not necessary. Even if the coroner said undetermined, and we don't know what he's going to say, or what the coroner will say, but even if they say undetermined, LAPD can still press forward with a homicide. But and we'll get into why the medical examiner hasn't weighed in yet, because there's a backstory here. But here's the deal. We know, as everybody does, that her body was found cut up in his trunk in early September.
There is a really critical fact here. And that fact is this. According to investigators, we are told that they have evidence that David made a mysterious trip in the middle of the night back in the spring of this year to a remote area of Santa Barbara County, around 100 miles from LA.
That, I think, the key part of that.
And spent a couple of hours there.
Is that it was a remote area. And yeah, as you said, spent a few hours there. We don't know anything more than that at this point.
But here's what we know, because some people are saying, well, would he have brought Celeste there? The way it was put to us was not that he and Celeste went to this remote area, it was David went. So, look, there are a couple of theories, and I'm not going to, say these are true. These are theories. Mm-hmm. Could be a body. It could be a weapon. But what's mysterious about this is if she, say, was killed in the spring, where was the body for June, July, August, and finally September?
There is still a whole other chapter of this to unfold, that what happened between whatever happened in the spring in that remote area of Santa Barbara, and then to go all the way to September and Celeste's body being found in the trunk of that Tesla parked here in the Hollywood Hills. There's who knows what could have happened at that point. But
Whoops, sorry about that. That was weird. Let me bring that up again. I'm sorry. I exited on accident. I share my screen.
night, back in the spring of this year, to a remote area of Santa Barbara County, around 100 miles from LA.
That, I think, the key part of that.
And spent a couple of hours there.
Is that it was a remote area. And yeah, as you said, spent a few hours there. We don't know anything more than that at this point.
But here's what we know, because some people are saying, well, would he have brought Celeste there? The way it was put to us was not that he and Celeste went to this remote area, it was David went. So, look, there are a couple of theories, and I'm not going to, say these are true. These are theories. Mm-hmm. Could be a body. It could be a weapon. But what's mysterious about this is if she, say, was killed in the spring, where was the body for June, July, August, and finally September?
There is still a whole other chapter of this to unfold, that what happened between whatever happened in the spring in that remote area of Santa Barbara, and then to go.
Yeah, that's wild. June, July, August. June, July, August for 3 months. And he's saying that. When he said that, he knows probably what date it's closer to when she could have been alive. So if he's saying June, July, August, Harvey's saying 3 months.
All the way to September, and Celeste's body being found in the trunk of that Tesla parked here in the Hollywood Hills. There's who knows what could have happened at that point. But
the one thing we were told was, don't try and use logic necessarily.
Right.
because it may not be kind of a logical explanation.
Well, we also know that we had broken that story a couple months ago that LAPD did the sweep of the house that he was renting in the Hollywood Hills. They had tested it, forensics, and we know they're still waiting for some of those forensics to come back in addition to the toxicology from the medical examiner. Could he have killed her in the house? Again, just a theory. Could he have killed her in the house and then drove her to Santa Barbara and had planned to just get rid of the body in Santa Barbara and then panic and drive back to LA with her body in the car?
He was there for a couple of hours,
yeah.
and that's what's interesting.
Right.
Why, if you're going to dispose, why would you be there a couple of hours? And there's a lot we don't understand about that.
His mind
but we do
starts
know
panicking.
this: Santa Barbara is critical. And again, a theory, but I think this is a good one, that I think authorities believe her death was around that time. Because that trip is something that is front and center for LAPD robbery homicide.
One other very critical fact is.
So they're saying that that trip is front and center. That's going to be huge. That's good. That information has to be huge then. For whatever reason, that trip is significant in this case.
Is that we're told that they believe the manner in which her body was dismembered leads them to believe that whoever did that, whoever dismembered her body, had help, that it was not just one person who was involved in the dismemberment of her body.
And that in itself is interesting.
And that is interesting because that means they are, and whether they know who those people are, but we don't know that they have any other suspects.
And finally,
but it does mean that there could be other arrests beyond whoever killed her.
And finally, to close this loop, why 2.5 months after the body was found has the medical examiner not determined cause of death and not given the toxicology report to the LAPD? I know it can take months for both of those to happen, but in high-profile cases, it can be accelerated. And it's weird to me that it wasn't. What I got back was the relationship between the medical examiner and the LAPD has been strained over the last few years. I'm not sure why. It's not unusual that that happens because sometimes they're working, they're technically working on the same path, but a lot of times they butt heads. But I'm told the relationship wasn't the greatest, and they may not have fast-tracked it as a result. We don't know, but it seems weird to me 2.5 months in,
Also,
you still don't know anything like that.
I would imagine that it is more difficult to nail down those results if the body had been decomposed. Let's say if indeed she met her demise back in the spring and the body is not discovered until September, does that amount of decomposition make it harder?
And we should just mention the decomposition. They didn't know when they discovered the body whether it was even male or female. They couldn't tell. And actually, it all came about because we got a tip and ended up calling Celeste's mom because we knew about this tattoo on her index finger. Right. We called the mom, and the mom mentioned it was a red tattoo.
See, that's what we've been talking about for a good minute. Hey, Della, Dan, good to see you. This is what we were talking about in the Discord is they're the ones that they got a tip. Wait, let me play that again. That TMZ got a tip.
Female. They couldn't tell. And actually, it all came about because we got a tip and ended up calling Celeste's mom because we knew about this.
Did you guys hear that? He said, we got a tip and then we called Celeste's mom. Yeah, who called the tip in? Oh, someone translated?
This tattoo on her index finger. Right. We called the mom, and the mom mentioned it was a red tattoo. So we called LAPD homicide and spoke to the lead investigator, gave him the mother's name and phone number, and mentioned that it was a red tattoo.
yeah.
And a day or two later, they identified her as Celeste.
Hey,
Holy shit, maybe David? Dang. Could be, right? Or Esmeralda? Flojo says. Del Denk says maybe David. Flojo says Esmeralda, maybe. Aura says maybe the brother. So TMZ was the one that pretty much ID'd who it was even before LAPD did. LAPD identified her, confirmed it 2 days later. And TMZ said they got a tip. They called the mom, and the mom told them that she had a shush tattoo, a red one. Damn, that's interesting. Because think about it, if the tip, what? Here's my question: why wasn't the tip given to LAPD saying like, "Hey, does she have a red tattoo?" You know what I'm saying? It just seems so bizarre that I have a tip, and I'm instead of calling LAPD, I'm going to call TMZ. I don't know. Does that sound weird to you guys, or is that normal, or am I just tripping?
my name is Latrell from Atlanta. This D4VD case with Celeste is a tragedy. You know, I know LAPD, they're investigating it. I just pray that they figure out what's going on with this and we get the facts. I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories on what he may have done, who might have helped, but we just need to get the facts, and hopefully he's innocent. If he's not innocent, then he will be convicted for his actions if it's true.
We will see.
Well, Dancing with the Stars got the moment that they've been sort of.
Yeah. So I mean, that's interesting. Oh, TMZ's tripping. That's funny. Let me play that again. Let me play where they said they're the ones that got the tip. One more time for those in the back.
Oh, anything like that.
I would imagine that it is more difficult to nail down those results if the body had been decomposed. Let's say if indeed she met her demise back in the spring and the body is not discovered until September, does that amount of decomposition make it harder?
And we should just mention the decomposition. They didn't know when they discovered the body whether it was even male or female. They couldn't tell. And actually, it all came about because we got a tip and ended up calling Celeste's mom because we knew about this tattoo on her index finger. Right. We called the mom, and the mom mentioned it was a red tattoo. So we called LAPD homicide and spoke to the lead investigator, gave him the mother's name and phone number, and mentioned that it was a red tattoo. Yeah. And a day or two later, they identified her as Celeste.
See, that's so weird. That's so bizarre, man. Someone called in a tip to TMZ, and then they called the mom of Celeste Rivas, and then the mom said she has a tattoo, a red one that says shush on it, and then TMZ called the police, and then 2 days later she's identified. That's freaking weird. That's odd to say the least. Della Dank says possibly that girl. She's probably is the one talking to LAPD on the low key. If I was friends with a suspect murder and knew about it, I'm going to top jail for some stuff I absolutely did not participate in. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you don't want to go to the cops. It's more like you're just being cautious. Oh, teeth records, dental records, yeah. So someone's going to crack unless they all participate. Yeah, they mentioned the shush tattoo. Watch, let me play it again. Bizarre, man. It's just bizarre. Like No, the shush tattoo, the red one. The mom told TMZ that that's what it was, and then TMZ went to LAPD and told them that it was Celeste, or they said it was Celeste later.
She met her demise back in the spring, and the body is not discovered until September. Does that amount of decomposition make it harder?
And we should talk. We should just mention the decomposition. They didn't know when they discovered the body whether it was even male or female. They couldn't tell. And actually, it all came about because we got a tip and ended up calling Celeste's mom because we knew about this tattoo on her index finger. Right. We called the mom, and the mom mentioned it was a red tattoo. So we called LAPD homicide and spoke to the lead investigator, gave him the mother's name and phone number, and mentioned that it was a red tattoo. Yeah. And a day or two later, they identified her as Celeste.
Hey.
Yeah. Pretty weird, man. Yeah, 100%, Norma Guerra. 100%. I mean, so it might have been that TMZ knew because of the investigators. Maybe they're the ones that knew that she had a shush tattoo. They got the tip, and then they pieced it together and told the LAPD. I don't know. It's just bizarre. But I think that makes sense too. Is like if you don't want to talk to the police for whatever reason, maybe you're involved, maybe this or the other, right? You would call maybe a news outlet like TMZ and then have them break the news instead of calling the police, because then the police is gonna investigate you, where you're calling from, things like that. I don't know. I mean, it's a really good question. Gold Digger says, yeah, what, male or female? Wait, what? But didn't they say she had a two-top leg? Yeah, they did say that. There was a news report on that too. Aura says, do you think it's his first time doing this? I think whoever did this, yeah, it's their first time because it looks sloppy. It just looks super sloppy. And as with other cases, in my opinion, where you see other cases where people are doing, have been doing it for a while, just with anything, right? They get better at it. They get better at concealing the body. They get better at just doing what they're doing. And I think this seems like it's very amateurish, very, very sloppy. And yeah, I do believe mistakes were made in this, because if they are looking at him, David, as a suspect, and they are looking at his inner circle is 20-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds. It's just, it doesn't seem like there would be some kind of planning involved when it comes to this something so huge and something so monumental like getting rid of a body. The dates throw me off, and I think maybe romantic homicide wasn't about Celeste at first. Yeah, that's the thing with the dates, man. The dates throw me off too. But somebody was mentioning about the shoes, if it was the same shoes from that romantic homicide music video. And let me show you a clip right here. I should have it. I just saved it a second ago. Here, let me download it again. I don't know why I didn't save. That's weird. Oh, that's why. 'Cause I'm looking at, it's a video and I'm looking out for a picture. Whoopsies. Here we go. Oh man, I hope I get my chair soon because my back is killing me. Ah. No, no lumbar support on this chair. All right, it's loading. Let's give it a second. Oh, that's not it. Jeez, man. What is going on? Oh, here it is. It's coming up. In the meantime, if you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like button, let's get those likes up. Or favor. Let's get at least 30 likes. I'll be happy with that.
David cleaning a pair of shoes similar to the ones.
So let me mute it. And this is the shoes you're talking about, right? In the video. See right there. He's got some other ones too. But he's cleaning some shoes. And late night too. Cleaning some more shoes right there. Cleaning more shoes. So weird. Back that up a little. Yeah, look at that. See, that's what, those are the shoes that she's wearing in the bus. So weird, man. All these coincidences. Might not be coincidence after all. Might not be coincidences after all. So yeah, a lot of remote areas over here in Santa Barbara. And if you stick close to the freeway, right, if you're heading up here, there's really, I mean, this is other freeway right here, the 33. But they said Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is over here. So if you're sticking to the freeway, and if you're just sticking to the coastline, because this would be the fastest route, unless you break off over here and then go up here on the 192. Santa Barbara is right here. And if you're going to the remote areas, There's some more remote areas on this side over here too. I mean the beach too right here. Douglas Family Preserve is over here. So this is more of the coastline. Yeah, so this is the coastline right here. Santa Barbara area. Yeah, what was he doing over here? Here's another remote area. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, but see, this is more populated, so I'm thinking more up here. For whatever reason, I'm thinking more up here. Because if you stick to this way, the 192, and this Santa Barbara right here, Santa Barbara. Right? So let's see over here, this area. So this is Santa Barbara. Really not much houses up here or anything. Yeah, and if it's in the middle of the night or at night, and this doesn't seem like it's a well trafficked area. Santa Barbara, yeah, it's so weird. More areas up here. See, look at this. I mean, did he go off road? Is that why the car is so dirty? Yeah, but look at all this, all these mountain areas. Oh man, that is wild. Let me check something else. Let me share this with you guys. And then I'll catch up with comments in a second. See, I wonder if this is in Santa Barbara. I wonder where this place is at. Because this was added 45 weeks ago on his second Instagram. 45 weeks. Did somebody say January was 45 weeks? I mean, these are remote areas over here. Damn, let's see. I'm trying to stay like in Santa Barbara area. Yeah, here it is. So what's over here? This is close to the freeway. Oh, there's a cemetery right here. And then what is this? It's the freeway. I mean, look at this place right here. This is close to the freeway. Right off the freeway right here. Huh. Yeah, there's that airport. Oh, that's wild. That is wild. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering where this is at on his Instagram. Share my screen again. Let me go over comments. I got caught up with the maps. All right, let me read comments. Catch up on comments. Cindy Guzman says the brother Celeste. Get this, he knew last time they talked when she went to the movies all together as a group. Asia, Neo, David, Celeste, unalive that night. Spring, huh? Yeah, Cindy, if you can send me an email with something like that, yeah, that would be interesting. Cindy Guzman. Cindy says, I mean, because I know the brother said that she went to the movie. The last time she was seen by him was Celeste going to the movies with David, and she never returned home after that. All right, we got a gifted one membership baby shark. Let's go. All right. Oh, Aura got it. Della Dank with the $2 super sticker too. Let's go. Thank you, Della Dank. Thank you, FloJo TV. Appreciate that. Let me get the horn for you guys. I love the horn. I'm gonna try to get the sound effect, but for now, we're gonna do it amateurish style, and we're just gonna play a clip of it. Did you guys hear that? Let's go. Thank you, Dale Dang. Thank you, FloJo. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Let me catch up on chat. Let's see. She says she's got a lot of news sources. All right, on Cindy Guzman. Yeah, send them to me if you got them. Goal says, very weird. Makes no sense why he would do this on camera. Cindy Guzman. Yes, Dale Dang. Lots of sources. The shoes tat is a packed tat at the secret tat. Tat is the packed tat. That's a tongue twister. Rihanna had the tat. Yeah, Aura. Aura says he is number one responsible. Aura says he leaves clues. Della Dunk, even if the family knew Celeste was dating David, it's still not their fault. I agree with you 100%. The people responsible here are the ones who took to her life. Yeah, I agree 100%. Let's see. Della Dunk says, Aura, to me, he's did it on purpose because he wants to help solve his own case. He mentioned in an interview, it's like he has this sick fantasy. Cindy Guzman says, remember, he likes gore, blood, sex. Delegate Mega, I don't think we'll find the location where it's at. The body was unalive due to being such a rural area. They would have gone off road too. The car looks super dirty, like he went off road. That's how it looks like when you drive on dirt roads. Yeah, yeah. Cindy Guzman, they can do DNA on a dirt car, on dirt on a car. Yeah, that's true. Some kind of test. They'll get DNA on dirt. No way they will be able to find. I didn't even know that. Aura says people who bought the bloody T-shirts from him should check for DNA. Deladank, absolutely. They need to check the shirts. Is Santa Clarita by there? Not necessarily, says FloJo. Then we got the super stickers. Thank you so much. Deladank. FloJo says Santa Barbara is more northwest from LA. And then we have one membership from FloJo, gifted to Aura. Della Dink says, I wasn't sure. Flo, I don't know that area too well. Cindy Guzman says she loves that. Yeah, did you guys hear the horn? Hopefully you guys heard it. I need to make it part of the, like, where it's on here where I can just click it. I need to figure that out. Let me play it again for those in the back. Let's go! Justice for Celeste Rivas. All right, that's cool. And yeah, check out the members post for Discord. That's for members only. We have a really cool group of people in there. Come check us out. Come join us. We deep dive. We go deep. Since we're sharks and you're part of the shark family, we say we go in the deep waters. In the deep waters. We go deep. Coke Zero, Coke Zero. Let's go. Yeah, hopefully we find out more information, maybe arrest coming soon and stuff like that. So I definitely wanted to catch up on this live on here and catch up with what's out there. And oh yeah, let me see what SF Investigates was saying. I'll bring it up. I think Flo sent me something. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Because of the volume of calls and emails, I've received following TMZ's reporting from an unnamed source. I need to state that for legal reasons, I cannot provide any further public comment on the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case at this time. This is not permanent, but for now, this is a situation. My client's goal and my goal remain justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So this came out just a little bit ago from SF Investigates. That's wild. What do you think that's about, huh? Do you think David's lawyer reached out and was like, "You need to knock it off with the leaking of information"? Hey, Julie, good to see you. Yeah, I'm just catching up myself. I haven't been able to get online and listen to any of the information. Oh yeah, my lives. Yeah, no worries. I mean, that's why we hit the replay. You know what I mean, for the replay crew. But um, I am liking these 12 o'clock ones. I really am, because it's in the middle of the day. I get to have my lunch, and then I do what I need to do in the morning, and then I get to do what I need to do at night. Oh, what is this? What is this? Oh, so she's from Los Angeles Magazine. She's the one that broke the news of uh thank you, Flo. She's the one that broke the news for John Marshall in her article. I don't know if that's her or if she's the actual person, if it's somebody from that company, but yeah. All right, yeah, I'll play that one. That one's pretty. That one just came out, no? When did that come out? 8 hours ago. Let me catch up on comments. Sydney Guzman says, think about it. What would you do? Even keep people off track. So obviously puts it in his music right in your face. I remember David saying he watches cartel stuff. They like to dismember bodies. Dang. Lauren Collin. Gold Digger says, De La Dang, Santa Clarita is about an hour and a half away from Santa Barbara. Oh, it is LA County? Okay. Santa Clarita? Okay. Right on. Yeah, he did say, right? He did say he was into gore. I mean, it's in his Discord. He's actually saying it. I have it somewhere. in the sea of freaking pictures. Let me see if I can find it. I have to do some digging, but I'll find it. Actually, yeah, let me play this video and then let's see what it's about. Let's see what's going on over here. Let me share my screen. Share my screen right here. So I'll have to do some commentary on this because I don't want to get dinged on it. I haven't got dinged on the other ones, or copyright or anything. So I want to keep it that way. And plus, I don't want to edit the video. It's a pain in the ass. So I'll commentate during this and make it a fair use.
More intense scrutiny for singer David. This week, there have been some new pieces of information that have been released, not confirmed by the
So again, not confirmed by the LAPD, but again, a lot of sources, a lot of mainstream news are reporting on this with their own sources. Fox 11 LA, NBC LA, TMZ, Nancy Grace.
LAPD. However, I think they're really important. And I've sat here, if you watch this podcast, I've said I am so sick of the recycled headlines. I'm so sick of saying the same information in different ways when it comes to this very tragic and perplexing case. However, I do think the details I'm about to share that emerged yesterday, which was November 19th, today is November 20th, I think they're really important to the case. So let's break it all down. I'm Lauren Conlin. Welcome to Los Angeles Magazine. This is your daily scandals and crime news podcast. All right. So earlier this week, I was a little frustrated. TMZ.
Yeah, we were all frustrated. Everybody was frustrated.
First, they put out a video saying, you know, we spoke to our LAPD source and they say that, yeah, we're not even close to an arrest. And it didn't seem like news. It really didn't seem like much of anything. And I guess it was, you know, I guess if I had to guess, it was them trying to keep the case in the front of our minds. Fine. But then literally one day later, TMZ comes out, ABC.
Yeah, and it was one day later, and I'm glad I went live with that news where it was an update, but there was no update. And if you see on my channel, I say like David update or something like that, and then it has like no new update or something like that. And then the next video is like breaking news update. So this is what she's saying.
ABC comes out and says that their LAPD source, so a leak within the department, let's say, has confirmed that David is in fact a suspect and David is in fact a person of interest. And the police.
And yep, everybody's reporting that the same thing, that he is being looked at as a suspect, being looked, you know, the Santa Barbara location county is a big deal right now. Mm-hmm.
Are looking at him and they've been looking at him. And I'm like, yeah. And of course, he's always been a suspect or a person of interest.
Well, I mean, he's always been like that to the public, but not necessarily from anybody else. I mean, I think the public was super suspicious of him, obviously, for obvious reasons. For sure. I agree.
They just have to be careful with their wording. I mean, if for whatever reason, And this is entirely possible because we still don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we still don't know what's going on. But remind me, I do want to bring a clip. I'll see if I can bring it up. But there's a clip where it's like a news clip where they're talking about like the head and the torso. So I'll look that up. I think it's a news article. Oh, you know what? I think I can find it in a second here. Let me play this again. But I have to make some commentary over it so that way I don't get copyrighted or whatnot. I'm fairly new at this stuff, so I want to be able to make sure I don't, step on anybody's toes. But I think I've been pretty careful. I think I've been okay. Let me play this again. Here we go.
On if David does not end up getting arrested in any sort of capacity, they can't be out there claiming that he's a suspect. And second of all, when do the police do that? When do they ever say, oh, this is who we're looking at? And when it comes to this homicide or this case, no, they don't announce persons of interest. They just investigate the case. So in my mind, I'm kind of just like, why is this news? Why is this a thing? I mean, if you put all the pieces together, David disappeared from the public eye. Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found in the frunk of his car. He canceled.
Well, I think that's huge. I think major news reporting on it like that, I think it puts pressure on him and his inner circle. So I do think it's, yeah, I mean, there has to be something to it because up until now, I mean, I read an article that's saying that he wasn't even cooperating.
His tours. He hired a high-profile attorney, Blair Burke. He transferred his homes in Texas to his mother's name. He moved out of his Hollywood Hills home. He postponed his Withered Deluxe album release. I mean, all of these things. Right, sure, David was never a suspect. I mean, come on. Fine. So, I sat here and I'm like, all right, this isn't news. But I also wanted to keep this case in the front of people's minds. So I reached out to a Los Angeles-based attorney, Nima Rahmani, and I wrote up an article for LA Mag. And, I talked about with Nima just options for the family. And Nima said, they should file a civil suit if there's no movement. And the civil suit will just demand that.
Yeah, I agree. Civil suit. I mean, I really hope that the family pursues that. I agree with that 100%. And it does force with civil suits, the burden of proof is not as high as a criminal case. And not only that too, but people get handed, to show up in court and to show documents and things like that. So that'd be interesting as well to find, what other information there is if it were to go into a civil case. Play this again.
The LAPD turn over evidence to the family, evidence that they have in this case. And even though those things take time, I mean, it's very possible that just the thought of a civil suit could get the LAPD moving in the right direction. Apparently, they are notoriously slow. So they do sometimes need these fires lit. Anyway, I thought that was an interesting take. If you want to read that article, you can go to lamag.com. But then...
Yeah, that's what they were saying at the beginning. But, police could say they're not. I mean, police could lie just so they could keep whoever is in their sight relaxed and calm so they don't maybe flee. I mean, he does have the means to go somewhere else. I don't know. And now they're putting pressure, it seems like, with him and his inner circle by unofficially saying that he is a suspect and that there are other possible people that may be suspects as well. Good comment.
Harvey Levin, I'm going to play this video from TMZ. I thought he did a great job with this because this is a solid piece of information that I think can be used when it comes to figuring out what happened to this poor 14-year-old girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So I'm going to play this video. I'll play most of it. It's about 3 minutes long, but this information, again, I am trusting Harvey on this. I think this is solid, and we'll talk about what this might mean after I play the video. I know, get ready. All right. Watch again. Yes, I've watched many.
I want to talk about the mystery still in this David investigation. We broke the story yesterday that David is viewed as a suspect in the death of Celeste.
Yeah, pretty much she's saying what we've been saying. We went over it already, so that's fine. Let's see. Thank you, Flo, for that. I just ended the video early. What did I tell you guys to remind me? Oh, yes. A news report. Here it is. I don't know. What do you guys think? In your opinion, what do you guys think? Because we don't know. Do you guys think the body was dismembered? Do you think it could have possibly been dismembered? Let me do this article real quick. Oh, she commentated on it later? I can put it back up. No big deal. No problem. Let me just let me send this article to myself. Because I know the news outlets were saying that, right? That she was being dismembered, cut up, chopped up. I mean, that could possibly be another, another leaked information. Hold on, let me bring this up to my screen. Let me bring this up.
Investigation intensifies into a disturbing discovery: decomposing human remains found in the trunk of an abandoned Tesla.
We now know the vehicle is linked to a singer-songwriter known as David. The singer, who is well known online, is safe and apparently cooperating with police. KTLA's Gene Kang is live in Hollywood with the latest. Gene?
Hi, Micah and Shara. That body found inside of a Tesla at this Hollywood tow lot right behind me was badly decomposed, according to the medical examiner's office. And now they have identified that victim as a woman. Shocking new details about what's going on. Also, that car is tied to a rising music star who is in fact on tour at this moment. Sky 5 shows LAPD detectives investigating a black Tesla. They discovered a cut-up body wrapped in a bag inside the front trunk. The medical examiner just ID'd the victim, a woman 5'2", weighing 71 pounds. Her age and ethnicity unknown. She had wavy black hair, was wearing a tube top, and small black leggings. They found a distinctive tattoo on her right index finger, the word shh. She wore yellow stud earrings and a metal chain bracelet.
Pretty horrifying. We live here, So that's kind of gross.
What started as a foul odor complaint at this Hollywood tow yard on Mansfield Avenue by Romaine Street has become a homicide investigation. The black Tesla is registered in Texas to rising R&B indie rock music star David, known visually as D4VD, a 20-year-old singer whose hits like Here With Me and Romantic Homicide have racked up over 1 billion streams each. He's currently on the Withered World Tour, scheduled to perform in Minneapolis today.
I'm a huge David fan. I've been a fan for years. Just here.
According to TMZ, law enforcement sources
here, like next to his name.
According to TMZ, law enforcement sources say the body was chopped up and heavily decomposed. The law enforcement
his name.
According.
Yeah, see, this is what I wanted to play this because that's what they were reporting on it, and I remember this. This is the footage we were trying to find where they were reporting on it. And this was the first reporting on them saying the news saying that she was dismembered, chopped up. So that's why I brought it up. Yes, Colo, it's old. That's why I'm bringing this up. There's a method to my madness if you wait a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
According to TMZ, law enforcement sources say the body was chopped up and heavily decomposed. The vehicle is registered in Texas to David Anthony Burke, the singer's real name. He's reportedly cooperating with this homicide investigation.
We live in a very big city, one of the biggest on earth, and there's shady people doing shady things.
The Tesla was towed from Hollywood Hills several days ago and sat on the tow lot roof until yesterday when employees reported the foul smell. LAPD responded around 12:20 Monday afternoon and saw what's believed to be human remains.
There was just a lot of people like gathered around. Everybody was asking questions. I didn't know until just now that's crazy.
Teslas are known to have multiple cameras for added security, which car experts say can be turned off to stop recording. But it's not clear if the black Tesla had cameras. We've reached out for updates from both the California Department of Transportation to find out where the Tesla was originally towed from in Hollywood Hills and the lead homicide detective with LAPD's Robbery and Homicide Division on this case.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering if you guys believe she was or not. I mean, now it's like they're saying that they are, that she is, but we haven't heard anything from law enforcement or the medical examiner. And yeah, there was a report too that said that they found her in leggings and earrings. Yeah, it is on the news now. Like now live or now recently that they're saying that? Because that's what I'm hearing now, even from mainstream. So maybe that's like, I don't know, maybe that's what it was the whole time. I don't know. That's the thing, I don't know. But that is what's been circulating. But if that's the case, then it's definitely a freaking, it's definitely a felony for sure, 100%. Let me see. Yeah, because I remember, do you guys remember it was like news reports saying that, I know I have it here somewhere, that she was, they described what she was wearing. Let me see if I have it here somewhere. I have to have it somewhere. Let me see. See if I can look it on YouTube. But I know one of them reported it like that. Let me play this video because I know Flojo wanted to check it out. So let me play that back. Let's hear her news. Because, yeah, she, that girl, she's from Los Angeles Magazine. And they're the ones that broke the John Marshall Break Silence. And she's been on Team Nancy Grace, too. Where am I? Right here. So I can bring that up. No problem. No problem, guys. No problem.
Rivas. The big mystery centers around something that we have now confirmed absolutely as true, that the LAPD has some tracking information where they claim that David took this mysterious trip to a very remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night in the spring of 2025. Now, that is months before the body was discovered in Los Angeles in a trunk. I don't think it's hard to connect the dots. And he stayed there, by the way, for several hours. So I don't think it's hard to connect the dots that one of the things they seem to be looking at is whether Celeste was killed then and he buried the body there or left the body there in some way. If he did that, then the question would be, why would somebody, whether it would be him or somebody else, remove the body from Santa Barbara County, which is 100 miles away from LA, and bring it to Los Angeles, and then put it and leave it in a trunk on a well-traveled street, only to be found after the car was abandoned? That's the part that doesn't make sense. And I think that's, at least what I'm hearing, that's something the LAPD is really looking at. But I believe they have a theory. I don't know what it is, but based on our information, they have some theory about if the body was buried in Santa Barbara County or left in Santa Barbara County in some remote area, how it came back to Los Angeles. And that may also explain why we are told the LAPD believes that David would have had help. And now I don't know whether that help would be taking the body from Santa Barbara back to LA. I don't know. But that, to me,
I mean, we know that.
That's funny. I'm like doing commentary on her commentary on Harvey. That's funny. But yeah, I'm trying to look at. I know I have somewhere where it's they said that, where she was in a tube top. Hey Sharon, how you doing? And leggings and stuff like that. So I know that news article. I'll read that news article that I was about to read. So. And it says that, but I know that there's a report that says a news video that says tank top, leggings, earrings, and then like a metal bracelet or something, a metal necklace or something like that. Yeah.
And I'm not saying help in a homicide. I'm just saying we know there was some kind of help because it's been reported, and this has been reported by Steve Fisher, the PI, as well. But he has video of who was in the Tesla last. So, I mean, yes, I think it's clear there was some kind of assistance, whatever that may be. But yes.
Is the logical way of connecting the dots. Now, I'm also told that logic is not a big part of this case because a lot of it doesn't make sense just in terms of everything that happened.
Oh, Seattle this morning?
Based on this Santa Barbara trip, you know, it seems that the LAPD's operative theory is that Celeste was killed in the spring of 2025. The body not discovered until around September.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So we kind of have said this in the past. If you want to, you know, not that you need to go fact check me, but I've done multiple interviews with the PI on this case, Steve Fisher. He works for the homeowner. Apparently, Celeste's body was so heavily decomposed that there was that possibility that maybe she wasn't dismembered, but it was, I hate saying it, you know, falling apart. So these theories, they've gone hot and cold throughout the duration of this case. And I want to point this out with Harvey Levin. Harvey is an attorney, first and foremost. I follow Two Angry Men with Harvey and Mark Garagos. I have watched Harvey sort of step back from the theory that David is responsible and this is a homicide. And I've watched him sort of lean into the fact that it could be a homicide. With this video, he stepped back and he's like, well, you know, at one point he seemed to be pushing the OD theory. And look, Harvey knows everybody in LA. I mean, he's got the LAPD contacts. He knows David's lawyer, Blair Burke. So I'm thinking when
Harvey knows everybody in LA and Hollywood. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Harvey leans with a theory, he's got good reason for it. So it is interesting that all of a sudden Harvey's like, well, it sounds like, you know, XYZ happened. And so I'm like, okay. And also, if you looked into David's content and you followed him, I mean, there are videos of him. I remember one video in particular where it looks like it's the middle of the night and he's in the middle of nowhere. So I would believe this. I mean, did he drive out there with Celeste when she was alive? Did an OD happen and he panicked? I mean, I hate thinking about these theories, but that's all we're left with at this point. But it does sound like maybe police are getting close and we won't have to do this any longer. And this sweet girl will get justice. But as always, you can follow the story here. I try not to go too deep into the rumors, too deep into the speculation. But yeah, sometimes I guess we just can't help it. But anyway, don't forget to like and subscribe to Los Angeles Magazine. And I'll be back tomorrow with more pop culture scandals and crime news. I'm Lauren Conlon, and justice for Celeste Rivas.
Not bad, not bad. Let me, I think I found the news where it says that. Let me see. If not, I found the article that says head and torso. You guys have a good memory. So let me see. Let me share my screen again.
Been identified as 15-year-old Celeste. The body found inside the trunk of an abandoned Tesla registered to the singer David has been identified as 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. The teen was reported a runaway and missing out of Lake Elsinore nearly a year and a half ago. Tonight, a house close to where that Tesla was abandoned was searched. Eyewitness News reporter Tim Caputo is there live now in Hollywood with more. Tim.
And Mark, those CSI investigators literally just left the scene about 10-15 minutes ago. The police tape finally came off and we were able to come a little bit closer to this house. Now, we don't know at this point what exactly those detectives were looking for, what they got out of that house. We saw them pull evidence and put it into an SUV, essentially where I'm standing right now. We don't even know why they were here in the first place, but this house just happens to be literally feet away from where that Tesla was found. A dozen LAPD investigators took a computer and other items from this Hollywood home just a block away from where an abandoned Tesla was found with a dead teenager in the trunk. Police spent hours at the home on Dehaney Place, placing several evidence bags into an SUV, but they wouldn't say if or how it was connected to the Tesla. Several homeowners say they remember seeing that distinct Tesla for a while, first parked in front of the house police searched today, then at two different spots on the street.
It's a little weird to see a car that I haven't seen here for a long time. Had a big dent on it, had a Texas plate on it. So all a little odd, but at the same time, you know, people could be hanging out with friends for a long time.
That abandoned Tesla was towed earlier this month, and workers at a Hollywood tow yard noticed a foul odor and found decomposed human remains wrapped in a garbage bag inside the car. We now know the young woman found dead was 15-year-old Celeste Rivas, according to the medical examiner, the same teen who was reported missing from Lake Elsinore last year. At a corner store in town, the owner recalled her coming in often.
She always quiet, nice. She come in like if she buy like a chips, soda, and leave. Sometimes she come with a friend from the neighborhood.
Eyewitness News has learned Rivas had run away from home a few times. She was last reported missing in spring of 2024. Those who knew Rivas, who just turned 15 a week and a half ago, say she was bubbly and sweet.
She just seemed very lively and friendly, a typical teenager.
The medical examiner hasn't determined her cause of death, but part of the police investigation will be speaking to the owner of that Tesla, a musician who goes by David. His real name, David Anthony Burke, from Houston, Texas. David, made popular via social media for the songs Romantic Homicide and Here With Me, began the American leg of his world tour on July 30th and has continued performing since the investigation began. Tonight's show, though, in Seattle was canceled. The medical examiner also trying to determine how long Rivas had been dead, but based on the condition of the body, it might have been a while. Those who saw the Tesla this summer and watched LAPD spend hours in this well-to-do Bird Streets neighborhood are rattled by everything that's happened here.
It's scary to think that this is happening. And this is a beautiful neighborhood, very nice, beautiful, expensive homes, and we would think that we'd be safer.
Interesting note, the home here behind me that detectives have been focused on the better part of today.
That wasn't it. I think this might be it.
Girl The body of a teenage girl found in a Tesla registered to singer David. We told you yesterday he's now being considered a suspect in her death. ABC's Alex Stone has been following the story and joins us now with the latest details. This story just keeps getting stranger.
It does, and this has been going on now for weeks, and for a while we weren't hearing from police in this, and now we are. 2 months since Celeste Rivas's body was found in the trunk of that Tesla, and today sources are telling us that David is among suspects who they're looking at, and that nobody has been excluded. While the medical examiner has not yet determined the cause of her death, the body was dismembered, we now know. And based on what they have learned in the case, they believe that David did play a role in her death and got help from others in trying to dispose of her body in this Tesla that you're seeing here in the tow yard. One source saying they're focusing in on certain individuals, and those individuals are concerned now that they know that the LAPD is focusing in on them. David is not cooperating, we're told, has not cooperated from the beginning, but guys, we're told investigators have a lot of work left to do. There is no hurry. They say that they're being methodical in this, but they've got a lot of work left to do.
All right, so if David is a suspect right now, can police arrest him, and do they know what the motive might be?
He is a suspect in the eyes of investigators at this point, but not officially under the law, because they don't have the probable cause to make the arrest just yet. What they really need is that cause of death from the medical examiner, and they don't have that. The condition of the body was so badly deteriorated, this is taking some time. But I was told by an investigator this morning they expect to get that pretty quickly, and then things are going to get moving very quickly.
Okay, so any idea on that timeline quickly? I mean, do they give you any idea if they're narrowing in on these suspects but still waiting on the medical examiner? What does that possibly
Told it
look
won't
like?
be immediate, but we may be coming toward an end to this within the next days to weeks, sometime relatively soon. And it really does come back to waiting for the cause of death. But told not immediate, but they feel like they're going in the right direction.
And again, your sources have told you that the body was dismembered, and that involved more than one person. And is that the reason that there are several suspects here?
Yeah, so they're trying to narrow down what were the roles in this. And then there's the question, was it murder, or could it have been something like an overdose, and then this was improperly disposing of the body afterwards, where they freaked out, and then they didn't know what to do with it. They've got to figure that out. A lot of that will be what was in her body, what does the medical examiner decide. But the belief is that there were multiple people involved in this.
Okay. Certainly.
Alex Stone.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Whoa. 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 Another news source. ABC, Colo, ABC. Where's Colo? ABC is saying that too. Oh. Let me find the article. It's right here. I'll pull it up. Dang, so ABC 7 is saying that. That was a new one. I stumbled upon that while I was trying to look for the other one, but I can't find it because it's an older one. It's like right when it came out, but I did find the article where it says that. Where is it? Here it is. Here it is. Let me just bring it up. Let me read this article. So this was September 9th, 2025. So this was a day after her body was discovered. And this is from KTLA 5. Okay. You guys want quote unquote reliable mainstream sources? Here it is. While detectives are investigating the discovery of a second set of human remains found inside a vehicle at another Los Angeles tow yard, that woman was arrested actually. I went over that case too. Officials confirmed that it was a female body in the trunk of a Tesla yesterday. On September 8th, officers with the Los Angeles Police Department responded on Hollywood Tow located at 1015 North Mansfield Avenue near North La Brea Avenue at around 12:20 p.m. after employees of the tow yard reported foul odor coming from the vehicle, which was parked on the roof of one of the yard's parking structure. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. LAPD said the car, which has Texas license plates, has since been linked to David Anthony Burke, a popular singer out of Texas who goes by the name David, was towed from the Hollywood Hills location after it was reported abandoned 5 years ago. So this came out after a day after it was found, and so the license plate is linked to David Anthony Burke. The remains, here we go. The remains, according to Los Angeles Times, another reputable source, were described as a head and torso found inside a bag in the Tesla trunk. Let me say that again. This came out September 9th, 2025, a day after it was discovered, the body in the Tesla. The remains, according to the report from the Los Angeles Times, were described as a head and torso found inside a bag in the Tesla's trunk. On Tuesday, officials at the LA County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed the person's gender, but that severe decomposition prevented them from determining the female's approximate age or ethnicity. The female, who was approximately 5 feet 1 inch tall and around 71 pounds, according to the medical examiner's report, was wearing a tube top and black leggings. She has a tattoo on her right index finger that reads "shh," and was wearing yellow metal stud earrings with a metal chain bracelet. Boom. She appeared to have been deceased inside the vehicle for an extended period of time, the report stated. Earlier today at a South Los Angeles tow yard, 1907 West Gage Avenue, the partially burned remains of another person were found inside a Honda Civic that had been towed to the yard on August 25th, according to law enforcement sources who spoke to the Times. The Honda is tied to a missing persons report and is not part of the Hollywood Hills investigation, investigators said. So the ongoing Hollywood Hills case has been classified as a death investigation. Boom, there it is. There it is. From KTLA 5. Boom. Hey, baby, how you doing? Yep. Elaine, how you doing? Good to see you. Yep, Harvey knows everybody in LA. Cindy Guzman says, think about lots of blood in a body, either outside or in a basement. Nobody can hear you, especially drugged and cutting. Lots of blood. There's places where people do bad things in secret. Yeah, 100%. Elaine says, he was hooked up to the IV. Oh, shit. Beam, baby. Good to see you, Beam, baby. Flojo says, I think she was killed in Santa Barbara, then brought back to Doheny Mansion. Could be. Sharon says, I agree. Cindy, I also feel if they went to Santa Barbara, and the thought was to leave her in a neutral elements, thinking out there in the abandoned area, animals, etc., possible, rethought idea, and drove her back to the West Hollywood. Well, that's what they were saying, right? That's possibly what could have happened. Is like they went out there, man. That is beyond the pale, man. Beyond the pale. I mean, that is just wild, right? Oh my God, just thinking about it just give me the icks, like the oof, right? To move a body. I mean, geez, man, especially a child. I mean, you got to be some sick motherfucker to not even care about that stuff, like to even call for help and to go about your day. Jeez, man. Flojo says, and the reason why investigators limited all the drains was because there were suspicions of blood in the first place. Those tests probably revealed high amounts of cleaning agents in the drain. Yeah, they did have. Then they're saying that they're still waiting for those reports too. So that'd be interesting. Oh yeah, we saw that too. See, that's the thing. A lot of these coincidences don't seem like coincidence anymore, right? I think slowly, I think the pieces are coming together. We always see that with different cases, how we find another piece of the puzzle and it just all fits together. You know, and all these coincidences, I think in the end, I think it's going to get all tied together beautifully. for the DA to say, look, we have this person. We also have more suspects and with an arrest, in my opinion, which I hope so, because Celeste Rivas deserves justice, man. I always say this. Nobody should be ever allowed to do this to anybody. I don't care who it is, and feel like they can just go about their day like nothing. And for her to lose a life like that and just to be left there, that's not okay. Oh yeah, well the other case, a woman got arrested for that one. I do have a picture of that Tesla or the Honda Civic somewhere. I should have it somewhere. But somebody got arrested for that one. It was like a Honda Civic. The trunk was burnt. Another coincidence. Freaking wild stuff, man. Thought I had it. I need to get so much organized with my pictures. I finally uploaded them, but I need to start organizing them. So I'll probably do that tonight. Start organizing all my stuff with this case. I mean, I don't know how other people, kudos to other creators that cover more than one case. I mean, I can barely keep up with one. I can't find it. If anything, oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. I'm gonna bring that up. Bring up the image. So much easier with this PC to come, like, to bring up information. I was doing lives on my phone. So this is way better. I'll catch up with the chat in a minute, okay? So thank you guys. Keep up the conversation. Thank you everybody in the chat for like being super respectful and super cool. I really appreciate it. Like, you guys are amazing, seriously. So this is the other one that article was saying. Let's see when didn't they say August? Yeah, August 25th. So this one right here, the one you're seeing, it was earlier on August 25th, and that was on a different tow yard. It was 1907 West Gage Avenue, and partial remains of another person were found inside the Honda Civic. So that is not related to this case. Boom, debunking stuff at the same time. Let's go. Use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll give me 1 second, okay? All right, I'm back. All right. We catch up on chat. We catch up on chat. Let's see. Where am I? I can't see where I left off. Goldigo says, yep, and I don't know why TMZ is saying that they didn't know if it was a male or female. Yeah. Someone in Reddit post said that the video was debunked and those Jordans were actually David's. Oh, okay. Interesting. Cindy Guzman says, Frank, so tiny someone's Tesla made for golf clubs. Yeah, there's like two of them. Let me see if I can bring that up too. Because there's like two models. And I think the one that he has is a little bit bigger than the other one. He has the X, Model X, and then there's a Model Y. Yeah, she wore Chucks, I believe. Did they check the sneakers in that video where he was blindfolded, dragging the body in the trunk? It was probably towed. Bean Baby says, Floja, I think the person was wearing Chuck Taylors. Bean Baby says, I think with the bizarre theories, but just want justice. Cindy Guzman says, sadistic evil people instead of taking her back home. Yeah, I agree, right? I agree. But then that's the thing that like tells me that something else might have happened, that it wasn't really an overdose, that it was something more of like maybe Celeste Free was going to expose David. I have a video I'll show you guys too. Just remind me of where this guy, it was like David's old friend, and he's talking about other instances that happened. Actually, yeah, let me play that right now so I don't forget. Or let me catch up with chat real quick. Gold says, the people at the tow yard noticed the smell right away, so why didn't the people who ticketed the test and the person who towed the Tesla notice a foul smell? Yeah, I always come to that too. I know how you feel. Sharon says, these street demons walking around, the power of the music is poisoning the minds of the individuals. More and more today, we are seeing and hearing more and more about these people taking the lives. Can't argue with that. Aura says it looks like her sneakers. Yeah, it does. It does look like her sneakers. And it makes you wonder who's debunking that stuff, right? If it's David's team, right, putting misinformation out there. That's what I would do. If I was a lawyer like that for my client, I would be putting misinformation out there that it's debunked. Because ultimately it's your opinion, right? And if my opinion is more tailored to his innocence, then why not? Let's see. Liminal lights up the room, and if you can try to clean up, you can't. Yeah, that's true. Bean Baby, I need them to match the VIN numbers and see if it connects to the license plate. Sharon, David's parents knew what they were dealing with when they were hiding behind all the Pentecostal hollering and screaming. Oh yeah, we saw those videos, right, of David's dad. Oh man, I mean, I feel bad for his parents too. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Elaine says heartless group. Sharon, his parents were focused on the right things God would lead them to realize what was going on with their son. Aura says scary. Bean Baby says he got homeschooled for a reason. Cindy Guzman, he's cleaning her shoes for blood, direct ECT, especially if Celeste had those shoes on her feet. He took them. He took all her stuff, shoes, her jewelry, the ring. Yeah, it makes you wonder where the ring is, right? Del Dang Preacher's wife got a pew-pew. Why she need a pew-pew? Huh. Cindy Guzman, sadistic, took all her stuff away from her. David did it. Eileen, we are on Celeste's side. We are hardcore to get the right people accountable. 100%. 100%. Cindy Guzman, right? AK. Then they call police on that house. 911. Heard gunshots out the window. This guy's voice. Aura says, I don't believe it. Yes. On his Discord, he posted they had a fight and he put her in a chokehold. Whoa. That's wild. What was I going to bring up? A video? Oh, yeah. Let me bring up this video. I think that it was something else, too. Oh, I did wanted to catch up on what else. Oh, yeah, this one right here. This long crime one. I wanted to, because I haven't been able to catch up. I've been so busy. So I wanted to catch up with you guys. So let me play this right here, and then we'll go into some other stuff. Hey, Deanna Morris 7775. You think there's definitely more to come with before we see the rest? Probably, huh? In my opinion, we've always talked about this in this channel, my channel, that there's got to be video, man. There's got to be video of something. Let me play this video. So this video is from Sidebar. Shout out to Jesse Weber. He does really good. I like his content. He's really good. So check him out when you guys have a chance. Check him out. Long Crime. Very good channel.
Reported that David may officially be a suspect in connection with the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. After this missing girl's decomposed body was found in his car 2 months ago, this is a major development. Strange considering recent reports, but major nonetheless. Oh, and TMZ is now reporting that LAPD may now be looking at this as a homicide case. If all of this is in fact true, what does this mean for him and this investigation? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Real quick before we go right now, the back and forth on this story is so confusing, to say the least. I mean, we just reported yesterday that TMZ came out and confirmed that the LAPD told them that there were no arrests that are imminent in the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, whose decomposed body was found in a Tesla that was registered to singer David. Her body was found September 8th. But now, outlets like TMZ and ABC News, they have just reported that sources confirmed to them that David, real name David Anthony Burke, is now considered a suspect. Now, the LAPD didn't come out and say this for sure. They didn't confirm it, but this is what is being reported. And TMZ, by the way, reported that they are being told that the LAPD is in fact looking at this as a homicide investigation. And they even cite how a source is reportedly telling them that the investigation found that David allegedly took a trip in spring 2025 to this remote area in Santa Barbara County, was there for several hours. TMZ does warn, though, that they haven't double-sourced this information, but it should be noted, we don't know when Celeste died. Reporting indicates that she may have been dead for quite some time. Steve Fisher, the private investigator who was hired by the owner of the property that David was staying at, which is near where the Tesla was found, he said there's proof of life photo of Celeste from January 2025. Publicly, though, there have been no confirmed videos or photos of Celeste since 2024. Now, all of this new reporting, I have to be clear, all of this new reporting, we can't 100% confirm if this is true. In fact, E! News claims they contacted the LAPD for comment, but a spokesperson said they couldn't confirm this reporting because this is an ongoing active investigation. This idea that David is a suspect, that is backed up also by NBC4 Los Angeles, who says they spoke to an LAPD source with direct knowledge of the investigation. By the way, the same source who confirmed that David is no longer cooperating with law enforcement in this case. Again, that's the allegation. LAPD hasn't come out and said that officially, but we got to talk about this. And I actually want to read you, before I even get into that, I want to read you a direct quote from NBC4 Los Angeles. Quote, police tell NBC4 investigates that Celeste's death likely occurred in the spring and that David likely had help in dismembering and disposing of the body. To be clear again, no arrests have been made as of yet, okay? Why this is so confusing, aside from what I just mentioned with TMZ reporting that LAPD told them there's no imminent arrests, LAPD told KTLA, what was it, last week, that they stand by their prior news release. That, quote, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has not yet determined the cause or manner of Ms. Rivas Hernandez's death. As such, it remains unclear whether there's any criminal culpability beyond the concealment of her body. So is the reporting suggesting that he is the suspect in the concealment of the body, something more? And by the way,
so let me add some commentary now that I can pause it. And I don't get, dinged or copyrighted, however you want to call it. I haven't yet with these videos, and maybe because I'm shouting them out and giving them credit and stuff like that, which should be. I mean, they put a lot of effort and work into this, and so this is Long Crom. Shout out to Jesse Weber. So yeah, see, they're reporting that these other news outlets are reporting this too, and they have their own sources too. And they're reporting the same thing. So I think that speaks volume.
that is true. When it comes to the ME, it doesn't appear that there is a change, that this manner and cause of death have been listed or have been determined. Once that comes in, though, once the toxicology results come in, we're going to have a better understanding of what happened here. But according to ABC, their sources say the ME will, in fact, make a determination soon. And ABC News is reporting that, according to sources, Celeste, this girl from Lake Elsinore, California, who was reported missing last year, her body was dismembered when it was found in that car, and that the dismemberment and the disposal likely involved more than one person, and that law enforcement have been in touch with several people who are somehow connected or involved in this case. What do we make of this? Let me bring in...
Dang, that's wild that law enforcement is in contact with people who may or may not be involved in this. As they should, right? Naturally.
Colin L. Schmidt, retired FBI agent, president, CEO of Kronos Litigation Experts. Thank you so much for coming on. What does it mean to be a suspect? Let's start there. What's the definition of a suspect?
Well, a suspect means they have predicated an investigation in the person. So that's kind of lower, or reasonable suspicion. So they have a reasonable suspicion that the person may be involved in a crime. They don't necessarily have probable cause or beyond a reasonable doubt, but right now they're at the point of reasonable suspicion. So now that means they're ramping up their resources to really lean in on this person, if in fact they are a suspect, because that has not been confirmed officially by LAPD.
Would they confirm it? Or you think they'll come out today, tomorrow, and say, yes, he's a suspect?
No. They're not going to do that. In fact, I'm sure the district attorney's office is a bit irritated that these leaks are coming out, if in fact they are truthful and they are confirmed, because it impacts their ability to move forward with their investigation. Because now that if he indeed is a suspect, then everybody around him is going to be ready when law enforcement starts knocking on their doors, if they haven't already knocked on their doors.
Can you expand upon that? Why is that such a danger to label him as a suspect at this point? Is the idea... people, like you said, people won't talk. He might do something. Again, we don't know for sure, but what is the danger of him being publicly labeled a suspect?
Well, the first part is everybody in his circle is going to lawyer up, because if they have any information about this, they're going to protect themselves, if indeed he is a suspect. Secondly, it provides a danger to law enforcement. Now everybody's kind of on edge. So when they go knock on those doors, if the person that they thought was a witness was culpable or participated in this, it could be a danger to that law enforcement when they're knocking on the door, and if that person wants to protect themselves from being found out. So when these leaks happen, it's really frustrating as a retired law enforcement officer to see this, because it just makes the job of the detectives that much harder.
If he is in fact a suspect, does law enforcement know where he is right now? Because we don't know where he is.
I would make the assumption they do. They've probably been tracking him per se since the day the body was found, and they identified him as being the owner of the car. But we don't know if he's in the United States or if he's in some foreign country. And depending on which foreign country it is, if he is in fact a suspect and he is charged, then they're going to have to go through a process of extradition, which could make this case go on for a very long time.
Does a suspect always lead to an arrest?
No. So like I said, it's a reasonable suspicion. And so those homicide detectives with LAPD, which my biased opinion are probably the best in the world, they're going to run down every single lead to make sure that they have the right person. And they're also going to look into hypotheses that don't lead to him to make sure they have the right person, because ultimately their goal is to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. So they can't just go out and decide, okay, this is a suspect.
Yeah, this guy's good. Like, I like it when law enforcement comes on and they give their input, about what it is to be a suspect, this and that. And he's saying he's right, like about why they keep it under wraps, and now they're lawyering. If they could be lawyering up. Yeah, I like this guy. A lot of good information. Let me play this again.
Suspect, and then focus their entire investigation on him or her. They have to run out all the leads to make sure they have the right person.
When I mentioned whiplash before, you can understand why I said that, right? I mean, if the reporting, you take all the reporting is true, that LAPD comes out and said there's no arrests that are on the horizon, and yet now it's being reported he may be a suspect. Can two things be true at once? Can he be a suspect, but there's no arrest that's imminent?
Absolutely. So like I said, they still have to do their investigation. They don't want to arrest anybody and then have to release them because they got the wrong person. So they're still gathering their information. They're still interviewing people. They're still waiting for the ME or the toxicology reports to come back, because somebody of this profile, and then frankly, they've been burned in the past by pulling the trigger, so to speak, too soon. The DA's office wants to make sure all the ducks are in a row before they move on anybody that's involved in this.
Before I even go into, this possibly being investigated as a homicide, if this is true, do you think he's been a suspect for quite some time? Why do I say that? Do you think David knew that he was being classified as a suspect? If it's true, we don't know for sure. Hired Blair Burke, this high-powered criminal defense attorney to very prominent stars, hired her last month, transferred homes to his mother's name. Do you think it is possible that we may only now be learning that he's classified as a suspect? It's not been official. LAPD hasn't come out and said it yet. But is it possible that he's been declared a suspect for quite some time?
Well, in the concept.
Then that's wild. Like, he could be anywhere, right? Where's David? And he's saying that if he is somewhere else and he's might be getting extradited, then that's a whole nother issue, right? Oh my God, man. I hope that doesn't happen.
Declaring a suspect, I think the LAPD doesn't declare. Maybe a person of interest would be the at the best where they've officially declared somebody a part of the investigation. But the bottom line, or the logic here, is all the data points were pointing to him based specifically upon him being the owner of that car and then occupying the residence that was near where the car was found. So as soon as that was leaked or came out in the media, I'm sure that's when he hired his lawyer, and I'm sure that's when he started taking actions to protect himself and to protect his assets.
There was a theory, because this is new, there was a theory that, yes, it was his car. Maybe he's not connected to it in any way. Maybe he didn't know who was operating his car. He was on tour. He wasn't part of her body being moved there. If you take all this reporting as true, as I mentioned, what do you think's leading them to believe that he was, in fact, potentially, we'll put aside this homicide investigation. What do you think is leading them to believe he was somehow connected to the disposal of her body, moving her body?
Well, statistically speaking, a homicide is done by somebody that knows the victim. So this basic logic or statistics will show that's the first person. You're going to look at anybody that has a romantic relationship with this young lady first. Then the second part is, okay, the car was found with the body dismembered, and it was his car, and it was found near his house that he occupied. And so the data points are all leading in one direction. Doesn't mean he did this. It's just they still have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. But the bottom line is that his relationship with her is well documented. And because of that, they're going to follow up on those leads and find out what happened. And based upon the fact that the body was dismembered, it's likely that he had, or not he, but somebody had help doing that, because to dismember a body, there's a lot of effort into that.
Again, we're looking on the outside, but when I spoke to Steve Fisher, right, he said, based on my conversation with him, based on what I'm reading, it doesn't appear that there is surveillance footage of David driving the car, putting a body in, anything like that. He had mentioned that there was evidence in the house that would suggest there might have been planning of disposing a body. Do you think that this is true, that he's a suspect in her disposal, in the disposal of her body, maybe the mutilation of her body? Do you think there's communications they got a hold of? Do you think there's witnesses who have said something? Maybe there's other surveillance footage that we don't know of. Because if he's not point blank on camera moving a body or moving the car, there has to be something else that's been happening behind the scenes.
Well, we kind of look at it from another perspective. The way the body was found, it doesn't appear that this is a cartel hit or something, or somebody that's very sophisticated. It looks to me like it's somebody who's not very sophisticated. And if in fact he is a suspect, he's only 20, 21 years old. So he doesn't have a long criminal history and a very sophisticated nature of how to hide a body, to be participatory in crime. So to answer your question, I think there's lots of evidence out there that's pointing to the people who did this. And then we go back to the car itself. It's a rolling supercomputer. They've got so much data coming out of the computer that's in that car. Like I said before, I'm confident that they're going to find out who did this and who participated in her disposal.
If it's also true with TMZ reporting that this is possibly now a homicide case, a homicide investigation, we don't know for sure. If that is true, that's a 180 too. That's a 180 from what LAPD had said, that they might not be investigating this other than just a concealment of a body case. Either LAPD didn't know at the time, something changed, or LAPD wasn't being entirely transparent with the media because, like you said, they didn't want to tip off about what the investigation's really about. Talk to me about why you might see that kind of 180 there. And, you know, it's interesting because when we took that information and we're thinking, well, wait a minute, if it's not a homicide investigation, how did she die? Theories of drugs being involved, an overdose, we don't know for sure. If it's a homicide investigation, which, by the way, you could potentially have a homicide investigation even if drugs are involved, but do you think LAPD was being honest? Do you think something changed? If this is true, if the TMZ reporting's true, that this is now a homicide investigation, explain to me that 180.
Well, the first thing is LAPD hasn't given anything out official, so we're just operating on anonymous sources. Secondly, if indeed it was started out.
Yeah, if you guys have that information or any information that you guys would like me to see, send it to me at marktheshark943@outlook.com. And yeah, I'll show it.
As a disposal or a dismemberment and went to homicide, that leads me to believe that they either have an independent data point in terms of somebody told them something that this led to a homicide, and or they had a preliminary review of the medical examiner's report and saw indicia of violent acts on the body. Even though the body was dismembered and was in a state of decomposition, the medical examiner is still going to be determined cause of death based upon what's happened to the bones or the lacerations or the state that it's in. So it just tells me there was a data point that came out that led them to believe this, if in fact it is true, because we're still operating on anonymous sources.
As far as I know, when you look at the site, the medical examiner hasn't listed for this case the cause and manner of death. It hasn't been publicized. Do you think that law enforcement has spoken to the ME? They know it. It's just not being published at this point. Or if there is a delay, why a delay in a case like this?
Well, I think it comes right back to the media attention here, is because once you and the DA's office in LA, as well as the LAPD, is very experienced with the media. They know once they release that ME report, that's going to cause another round of speculation and media firestorm. So they want to hold their cards very close to them while they're gathering all their facts, because once you let the horses out of the barn, you can't let them back in. And I'm fairly confident that they know what's in that ME report. It's just a matter of time before it does officially come out. And I would suspect it won't come out until they actually have a charging document along with it.
I know I sound like a broken record, but I'll say it again. Assuming these allegations are true, assuming this reporting is true, this Santa Barbara trip is bizarre, no?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, what was going on up there? Why up there? I mean,
Why might be they interested in it if it's true? Why are they interested in it?
Well, just taking a step and following this hypothesis, that might be where this criminal act occurred. And that might be in the computer of that Tesla showing that trip, the to and from, and with that information. And frankly, there might be video of the people who were involved in this walking around the car. I mean, we just don't know until that information is released. But the point is, there is a lot of data, a lot of evidence that's surrounding this. And whomever did it was not very sophisticated because, frankly, the body was found.
What would be the charge?
Yeah, another good point is like, this seems to me like it's sloppy, not well planned out. Maybe, almost like in the sense of like in the heat of the moment, like an argument, a fight, almost like that, in the heat of a moment, and you do something and then you try to hide the body. I mean, this just screams sloppy to me.
If you're talking about concealing a body, my understanding is in California, if you conceal an accidental death, that's a misdemeanor. There is willfully mutilating a body. I believe that could be a felony. Maybe evidence tampering. What do you see that could be potential charges here?
Well, depending on what was going on, they might actually, whoever helped, if there was somebody who helped dispose of the body, they could also be roped in as an accessory to a murder, which is actually the serious charge. That's a felony, and that's very long stretch in federal prison. So that's essentially like a conspiracy that you would charge in federal court. So if there was a group of people involved in this, everybody is looking at a very long stretch in federal or in state prison because of the fact that she died and she was dismembered, and the way in the state that she was found in, and the fact that the victim's family wants justice as well as the public.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're dealing with allegedly drugs being involved, there are ways you could bring homicide charges, particularly if you're furnishing drugs to a minor and there is some sort of overdose. I'm not saying that's what happened, but just something to be thinking about here as we try to make sense of what exactly is going on here.
And that's a good point. In federal law, it's strict liability. So if a drug dealer gives drugs to a person, they die, they can be charged with basically a homicide in the federal sense, which is 15 years to life. So there could even be federal charges here if she did die of a drug overdose.
To be clear, the reporting indicates that no case has been presented to a prosecutor, but that doesn't necessarily mean that prosecutors aren't working with law enforcement. In other words, let's say there's a lot of people, and let's say they come to them and say, we could charge you with X, Y, and Z right now, but if you cooperate, that has to be a conversation with the prosecutor's office as well, right? I mean, do you think the prosecutors and investigators are working hand in hand, maybe in these interviews, if there are interviews happening?
Absolutely. And that's the way it's done in the federal system. And then in these high profile cases, there's tight coordination between the LA DA's office as well as LAPD. I'm sure there's communications ongoing because the DA's office wants to have oversight to make sure there's no mistakes made. Not that the LAPD would, but the bottom line is the DA's office has to defend all of LAPD's actions in court. So they're going to make sure all the ducks are in a row and they're doing everything by the book because this is such a high profile incident. They don't want to have another OJ problem on their hands. They want to make sure this is clean, straightforward, and then all the facts are presented to a jury if and when that does happen.
And let me just add this. We talk about this case a lot. It's in the media a lot. It's on social media a lot. People are invested. People care. My heart goes out to the family. My heart goes out to the family not only for their loss, but trying to navigate this. And if they are kept in the dark, Colin, from law enforcement, and I'll ask you whether or not you think that they are, if they have more information than the public does, whether they should, whether law enforcement should share more details with the family than law enforcement. This back and forth, this one day it's this, one day that, I have to imagine is incredibly distressing and incredibly frustrating. But do you think the family is getting more information than the media right now?
It's kind of a trust issue. There's been instances where the law enforcement shared information with families and the family went right out and had a press conference. So we have to see what comes out, and we don't know what that level of trust is between the family and law enforcement. And the LA District Attorney's Office does have a victim witness bureau or group that does interact with victims of violent crime. So to answer your question, we just don't know. I mean, the bottom line is this is a young lady who was killed or who was found dismembered. We don't know if she was killed. And that's a tragedy beyond comprehension, as a dad, that this happened. And so with all this media firestorm, we still have to remember that there's a victim here and there's a family that's standing behind that victim, which is just such a tragedy.
It is a tragedy. It is sad. And hopefully we get some answers here. Colin L. Schmidt, thank you so much for taking the time.
Yeah, that was a good episode. Again, that was Long Crying with Jesse Weber. Sidebar. That was really good. Dang, that was wild. Let's see if I can drop his link in here. I like this guy. I like his show. Dang, I don't know what happened. I think I got kicked out of Restream. That's all right. Oh yeah, shout out to Sidebar, Jesse Weber. They've been coming out with some good stuff on this case. So I've been kind of reading chat. Thank you guys for being cool. Hey Deanna, how you doing? Let's see. You have access to the David Discord? Yeah, a lot has been deleted, huh? Yeah, if you have any information pertaining to this case, yeah, send it if you can. Let me see. I'm just trying to catch up on the news with this. So you said Nancy Grace went with a video. So, oh yeah, this came out a half hour ago. Oh shit! Here we go. Oh shit! Trigger warning. Nancy Grace. Trigger warning. That's cool. Thank you guys. Hit the like button, please. Thank you guys for hanging out. And we're just catching up on the latest right now. So let's see. Share my screen with you guys. Here we go.
Is finally being viewed as a suspect of teen girl Celeste's death. You're going to have somebody wrapped. How can she be missing all this time, even possibly dead since the spring? Breaking news tonight, closing in. Reports are surfacing that the musician D4VD, known as David Anthony Burke, is finally being viewed as a suspect in teen girl Celeste's murder. Her body found in his Tesla trunk. Amidst more reports, the killer had help dismembering the little girl. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Hey, wait.
Oh, look at it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer.
Which one?
We don't even know really when Celeste was last seen alive. We don't know how long she was dead for.
We don't know how Celeste died. We know that she was dismembered, but how did she die?
It's obviously a homicide.
Reports emerging from sources within the LAPD that musician David Anthony Burke, aka D4VD, David, is finally being viewed as a suspect in the murder of teen girl Celeste's death. As we all recall, her body found largely decomposed in his trunk. That vehicle moved and moved and moved from one spot to the next within a ritzy neighborhood. Why? Because we know the owners of those mega mansions would report the filthy car as being parked outside their home. So someone was moving and moving and moving D4VD's Tesla inside.
Yeah, she's heated. But, you know, I'm glad that everybody's covering it again, so that's good. So I just want to make sure I make commentary. Usually what I do with my phone is I cut this up into segments. So I'm just going to have to do commentary for fair use. But, yeah, she looks heated, and here we go.
Celeste's decomposing body. What has changed? What has happened? Why is D4VD, David, now reportedly being viewed as a suspect? Will this result in murder charges? How can this be without a toxicology report as of yet? But to Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, what I consider to be really validating what many court viewers knew, that D4VD is being considered as a suspect, although it has not been officially announced, is the change in the timeline. Now we are learning that police sources believe Celeste was killed back in the spring. And bombshell tonight, police also looking at a road trip taken into a remote area by D4VD in the spring, where
See, everybody's reporting on this. So my theory is that law enforcement is doing this purposely, and everybody who has sources in the LAPD, for example, like say Nancy Grace has her sources, Harvey has his sources, but then NBC has their sources, right? And then Fox 11 has their sources. Fox 11 has their sources, and I think what the LAPD is strategically is sending out this information to maybe put pressure on the people inside David's circle and David, in my opinion. I could definitely see something like that, because by then I feel like the LAPD has been controlling the narrative, has been controlling it from their side, right? Only putting out certain reports out, certain from the media relations, right? We saw one that said that they were working diligently and putting all the resources into this case. So I think that's what might happen, in my opinion. Let me play this again. Hey, Cindy, good to see you.
he stayed in
Cindy
that
from
remote
South Florida.
area for hours before returning back. I can only assume this information is coming from his nav system, or is there a rat within Burke's camp? Because tonight I definitely smell a rat. Let's start at the beginning. Dave Mack, what do you know?
Well, Nancy, we know that D4VD took a trip to Santa Barbara County, which is about 100 miles from the house that he was renting and taking about 2 hours to drive, okay? So he takes this drive in the middle of the night in the spring of this year, and he stays there for a couple of hours. Now, they say remote area of Santa Barbara. If you've ever been to Santa Barbara, remote area can include probably 80% of the surrounding area. Big area, and you could actually be there and not be seen for a long time. He was there for hours. Now, they're also...
Yep, that's true. We went over the certain areas in Santa Barbara. Pretty remote. Pretty remote. Yep.
Saying they believe, I'm talking about the police investigation is saying to this source, they believe Celeste died sometime in the spring of 2025. So we have Burke driving in the middle of the night to Santa Barbara County in the spring of 2025. And we have them saying Celeste died in the spring 2025. That's for starters, Nancy. This is a bombshell.
That is major, Dave Mack. I know that the headlines all across the world are D4VD David Anthony Burke is finally being viewed as a suspect, although LAPD is not confirming that. To me, the real bombshell tonight is that we believe she was killed back in the spring. What efforts were being taken by those within D4VD's camp to conceal her death? Pretending she was still alive? That's what we're looking at tonight. This is a major change in the investigation, Dave Mack. Straight out to Professor of Forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, and star of a hit new series, Body Bags, with Joseph Scott Morgan, joining us, death investigator who has investigated literally thousands of deaths, not just homicides, suicide, natural causes, accident, unexplained, and of course, homicide. This is very confusing to us on the outside looking in, Joe Scott, but the reality is, I'm sure the medical examiner, when she saw the remains, could very likely state, oh no, this child has been dead since the spring. You know, we were...
That's what it sounds like, right? That somebody's talking. Dang. Somebody's talking. It could be David. I mean, it could be David talking, but freaking wild, man. I don't know. Well, that doesn't make sense if he's talking. He'd be the person least talking. Yeah, sounds like somebody's cooperating.
We're working off a timeline, putting her alive as late as September. So what would be the difference, Joe Scott? I know this is a tough question. There's a lot of variables in Celeste's decomposing body. And guys, I'm sorry that we are talking so analytically and clinically about a little girl, Celeste, but this is what the trial will boil down to, if there ever is a trial. Her decomposed remains. Joe Scott, if her body had been decomposing since September, as opposed to the spring, months before, what would be different when the medical examiner opened those bags?
I'll tell you precisely, and this is one of the reasons we still don't have a cause of death, is the fact that, put this in as delicate terms as possible, the tissue remaining on her body would have the consistency, perhaps, of Jell-O, all right? It will have broken down to a point where some of her remains will have been liquefied to that point, if in fact this new timeline is in effect. And that's going to impact a variety of different areas. Like, say, for instance, Nancy, we're looking for soft tissue trauma, like contusions, or even to a certain degree, things like sharp-edged weapons, or even bullet defects. That's going to compromise your ability to visualize those things. So you have to be reliant, and I can almost tell you.
Slow down, Joe Scott.
Yeah.
Can I put it in regular people talk?
Yeah, sure.
I don't see it so much as Jell-O. It's more like, did your children ever make slime?
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what slime is? That gooey junk children made. It's a little thicker than Jell-O.
Yeah.
But when you pick it up, it's goo. Thicker than Jell-O. I think what you're saying is that if her body had been in that trunk since the spring, she would be gelatinous, like goo.
Yeah.
And therefore, if she had decomposed to that point, you listed several things. I'd like you to go back over it again if you don't mind. If that is the state of her remains, how in the world can we find a knife mark, a bullet wound, a soft tissue marking such as a bruise or a subcutaneous hemorrhage?
Yep.
It's all gone.
Yeah, we retreat back to this idea of doing X-rays, and what you're going to be looking at potentially, Nancy, is insults to the underlying skeletal structure. Okay, so if you think about, like, if we talk about a knife wound, for instance, it's going to be, knife wounds, just like projectiles fired from a weapon, actually have a wound track where you follow kind of the hemorrhage line that goes. What you're hoping for in a case like this is to see if there's any kind of indwelling trauma on the surface of the bony structures. And that can easily be documented. Nancy, when they would have removed these bags, and everybody needs to really grab hold of this, they would have x-rayed the contents of these bags ever before they actually removed the remains from the bags. To this point,
let me see him. Let me see him. Hold on.
Yeah.
So, okay. Here's another thing. Everybody on the panel hear this. Joe Scott, stay with me.
Yeah.
According to a source within the LAPD, it was obvious when they saw the bags that she had been dismembered. Now, we are left to interpret that. So, dismembered she was, according to this source. So, Joe Scott, you're telling me that when we get the body to the morgue, and remember, they likely take the body out of the Tesla, load it on to the morgue vehicle, so it's getting jostled, gets to the morgue. You're saying before her remains are removed from the bag and or bags, they're x-rayed inside the bag. Why?
Yeah, in situ, because you don't want to lose anything, Nancy. That bag is essentially all you have that's holding everything together at that point. And I've had cases like this where the bags have actually...
Yeah, the death certificate said she wasn't pregnant, but that doesn't mean she didn't believe she was, right? There's a lot of layers to anything. That doesn't mean she didn't believe that she was, or anything similar to that. But Native Girl gave me a different opinion, a different perspective on that, on the pregnancy, and yeah, I think she made a good point, and I wanted to have her on sometime. But she was saying something about how if it was a miscarriage, then it could have been, that couldn't have been in the report or something like that. But yes, the death certificate says she wasn't pregnant, but that, again, that doesn't mean that she didn't believe that she was. So, but there are second opinions to it. But the death certificate, yes, it says she was not pregnant.
Ruptured. That's a total nightmare for you. And can I point out one more thing, Nancy? Because I was just talking about sharp force here, and I don't know that that's involved. I do know that if we're talking about dismemberment, that sharp force in the post-mortem state, that means after death, sharp force is involved in that. So this even further complicates, how do you delineate between what happened prior to death and what we call the antemortem state, and what happened after death in the post-mortem state? This just kind of doubles the problem here for LA County Coroner. And they've got a great staff. They see all
I got to make a note
kinds
of that, and I'm going to come back to Joanne Nieves on how I believe they're going to determine if it's post-mortem dismemberment or an injury while she's still alive.
Yes.
I told you I smell a rat. Somebody's going to be singing, if not tonight, in the near future. Because we know, according to the leak, he, the killer, did not do this alone. He had to have help dismembering the body, according to the report. In a state of her remains, Joe Scott, if she is in fact dead since the spring, which coincides with that late night trip out to the remote area near Santa Barbara, you're going to have a witness. You're going to have somebody wrapped. Now, that would be the nature of her remains if she was killed back in the spring. Okay?
Correct.
Now, how would it differ if she was killed in September, which is what we were led to believe. And I want to tell you one of the reasons we were led to believe that. Listen.
From the time it was moved to that last spot, which is on Bluebird, so on July 29th when I saw it, that was like 11 in the morning. Later that evening, they begin the tour, and they actually leave that evening for San Francisco for the first show.
So there you go. To Moses Castillo joining us, private investigator for the Dordulian Law Group, former supervising detective from LAPD. I bet they are spinning like a top over this leak tonight. That's a whole nother can of worms. That's their problem. I'm concerned with the timeline. We were misled, not on purpose, but because of when the car, the Tesla, was first parked on that street. That was a different date. It was not back in the spring. It was much more recent. And many people naturally assumed that is when the death occurred. But we're wrong. We're wrong. And now we're learning that authorities believe this child was killed all the way back in the spring. That changes everything, Moses.
Yes, absolutely, Nancy. I think the police are going way back to the very first time she was reported missing and trying to establish a timeline. Who saw her during that time period? Who saw her shortly thereafter? And they're following every GPS data on that Tesla, and that's how they found that area about Santa Barbara County.
What do you think about the leak, Moses Castillo? This is your department. You were years with the LAPD. Why is this leaking now?
Well, they want to stir the pot. They want to get the attention out there because maybe they reached a point in their investigation where they need help from the public. Like you said earlier, so there's a rat. Somebody out there has information that could help the detectives solve this case and bring justice.
Damn, that's wild, man. Somebody might know something else that might have been either involved or this freaking guy or somebody, anybody, I'm not saying David in particular, but maybe somebody had said something. We've seen that before, right? Where somebody mentioned something about, you know, getting rid of a body.
To Celeste and her family. And that, I think, is a strategy that is in play here.
Listen.
Shocking new information from Fisher. Celeste was in contact with a family member in early July, weeks before the Tesla was parked on the street. P.I. Fisher is baffled that Burke has not made any public comment about Celeste's body being found in his car and hasn't offered condolences of any kind. Burke's tour continued after the car was towed and body found and was only canceled when the remains were identified as Celeste. So far, the police have no suspect or person of interest.
Dave Mack joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. That report was based on information we believe came from members within D4VD's camp, that Celeste had been in touch with her family. That has not been verified with the family, which leads me to wonder, has there been a gigantic ruse to suggest Celeste was still alive when in fact she was dead? Much like the Gabby Petito ruse affected by Brian Laundrie. And
boom, that's what I was talking about earlier with the Gabby Petito case and how Brian had texted either the mom or the dad saying grandpa, and she never calls him by grandpa or something like that. That's interesting, right? It's like if you get a text message from somebody you know and it's like written like completely differently, whether they there was another case too where this wife was she texts with emojis, and now with this new text coming in, there was no emojis. I mean, just little signs like that, I think I would be able to notice if somebody was texting me that I knew for a while and they were texting me so weird, right? And trying to act like them, right? So that's what they're saying right here too. That's what we were discussing earlier.
Remember when he was coming across the country in Gabby Petito's van, texting her family as if he's Gabby Petito? And this contact that was allegedly made by Celeste to her family, we don't know if it was a message, a text, an email. It could have been anything or nothing. So are we looking at the possibility this child was killed in the spring and then a cover-up ensued, making people believe she was still alive? That's evil, Dave Mack.
Nancy, I think they went so far as to use, remember the concert in Silver Springs, Maryland on August 24th, where there was a Celeste Rivas lookalike that was in the backstage area up on the balcony looking down on the concert, dressed in the same clothing that has been described as was on the dismembered remains found in that Tesla. I think this is part of that story. See, they're trying to put it out there saying, see, she's there. She was at that concert. But in reality, we don't have confirmation that she took.
You know what else, Dave Mack? All along, there were people online saying that's not Celeste. But she was wearing Celeste's tube top and Celeste ripped jeans. She had her hair done like Celeste from the get-go. And we're showing you the video there. And in the circle, there is either Celeste or Celeste lookalike. But it seems so far-fetched that it would not be Celeste. Look at this. We were warned. There were red flags, ringing bells of alarm, people saying that's not Celeste. You know, to Dr. Geraldine Utter joining us, clinical psychologist specializing.
I don't know. What do you guys think? To me, I don't think that's her. I think that might be in August, and that's kind of late, maybe, for the time of death. But then I don't know. The thing that really messes me up is that David's camp said that wasn't her. But yeah, she's always in her hoodie. She's never without her hoodie or hiding. So why now not hiding like that, right? So to me, I mean, I didn't think that was. I thought that was her, and then they said it wasn't her. It was debunked. TMZ said they debunked it, but it was from David's camp that said that. So is it like a decoy? Is it like trying to throw people off that she was already dead at that point, and then she's there and like, oh yeah, she was there, right? To kind of mess up the timeline. I would see that being more the case of like, look, she was there. How do I mean, right? Unless that girl comes forward and says, look, that was me, then that's also good too. That's what I'm saying. And yeah, I don't know. Let me play this again.
In cases just like this, she is the author of Maintaining Philly, Survival, Hope, and Resisting Drug Addiction, and so much more. Doctor, thank you for being with us. That would be quite an elaborate cover-up, would it not?
Absolutely. It would be a very elaborate cover-up, but when you look at this situation with David, or D4VD, however you want to reference him, there's a lot of image protection. This is a young person that he was involved in, that was a child, that was a minor. He's an adult, and he's also trying to make way of this big music career. So it's elaborate in the sense that he's trying to protect himself and his image, and the people around him are also trying to do that. Another thing that I just want to mention, Nancy, is the Tesla, the abandoned Tesla, is a huge red flag. Think about it. If he had any type of relationship with Celeste at all, any innocent person or person that had any type of empathy or remorse would at least, at the very least, offer condolences to the family. There's a lot of emotional flatness. There's a lot of what we call emotional compartmentalization, where this is classic avoidant behavior because he's trying to protect himself and his image. He doesn't really care, potentially, about what's happened to this poor girl. So when you look at it from a psychological perspective, you see secrecy, you see emotional flatness, you see emotional compartmentalization, with the main goal as to protect image.
Well, also to you, Dave Mack, joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Speaking of a cover-up, did you see the photos we're just showing? There was a lengthy track record of covering up, because in most of the photos in which Celeste was featured, she's covering her face. What other girl, 13, 14, 15, do you know that typically covers their face in photos that are going to be posted? Time after time after time. A pocketbook, a hand, an iPhone, you name it. That was intentional. So the covering up has gone on for a long time. That right there is taken from a video which was then deleted.
From what we have found in looking into this investigation, there's no clear shot of Celeste Rivas with Burke at all. She's always got a hand up. There's always something blocking our view so we can't identify her. And I'm telling you, this is so heavy-handed when you actually break it down. You're going, why didn't we see this earlier? Because they knew. I mean, Burke's 20 years old. We've got a girl here that turned 15 after her body was found in that Tesla. So back it up and you're looking at, there are some people who believe that the relationship between Burke and Celeste began when she was 12, Nancy, and they have been practiced at preventing her from being photographed clearly with Burke ever since.
Joanna Nieves joining us, a veteran criminal defense attorney, founder of the Nieves Law Firm. A lot happening tonight. The timeline change is a massive, massive difference than what was thought before, and it changes all of the evidence. But Joanna Nieves, here's the thing. Isn't it true, when you've got a crime, bad enough to defend, it's hard enough, but when you have an elaborate cover-up, trying to make it look as if Celeste was still alive, a lot of people probably knew about that. That's not easy to cover your tracks for that many months. If that is in fact true.
Yeah, that's the case. That's the thing, right? If she was killed in spring or something happened in spring, then where was her body in the meantime, and how, and what would that mean for the decomposition of her body, right? Yeah, that's a good point. And that's I know that the freezer theory has been going around. I mean, to me, it would make more sense that you would leave her in the freezer, and that's the thing. You have to think like a killer, right? Like, there's a good book by John Douglas, Criminal Mind, and he talks about how he puts himself in the mind of like the perpetrators and stuff like that. So with this case, I know like we wouldn't do anything like that because we're not killers. But if we put ourselves in that state of mind or in that state, to me, freezing her, it would give me more time to figure out what I would do with the body, and then it just seems sloppy that if I do have her, to put in a freezer, to me, it seems like there's a lot of planning going on. And if I'm thinking along those lines, then I have more time to figure out what I'm going to do with the body, not just put her in the front trunk. That's my problem with the frozen theory, but it is out there, and it could be true. I mean, it could be true that they just had limited the time because they had to go on tour, right? The world tour. I mean, that's a long time. So maybe it was getting to that point, or maybe they forgot about her. I mean, could you imagine if that was the case? They put her in a freezer, right? The theory. Only a theory, right? And then they just forgot about it, and they were like, oh shit, we're going on this tour. We've been partying, we forgot. I mean, that would be that would be just complete effed up beyond anything, because you're not only that you just kept her there, but you forgot and you just didn't care. So that is a theory. I don't know, and we'll see. Let me play this again.
That could be the killer's undoing, the cover-up.
Absolutely, Nancy. I think the thing is, it would definitely be a major conspiracy for people to be participating and taking acts to cover up a crime in that fashion if there is evidence to support that. Right now, what we have is a tight-lipped law enforcement agency that isn't releasing a whole lot of information, and the reports that are going around are the suspicions and the hunches and what could possibly have happened. But the prosecution can't convict on the hunch, and we're just we need to see a bit more evidence to support any of those type of allegations, whether it's a huge cover-up.
Wait, you want
or
more
even the fact
evidence
that
than a
murder
dead
committed.
body decomposing in his trunk?
Yes, because we still don't even know, like you were talking about with the anti-mortem and post-mortem injuries, we don't know whether or not there were.
You know, you say that that she didn't have a Valentine. I've always wondered where she was or what happened on February 14, 2025. And that's a very good, I don't know, that stuck out to me because I've always wondered that too. What she was doing or what was happening on Valentine's, because that is a, I mean, that is a significant time, right, for teenagers and young adults and anybody, right? Valentine's is always a time for love, quote unquote love.
Injuries to that body that would support that a crime of murder was actually committed. If all of these are post-mortem wounds, if anything like that is found, we can still argue mutilation, transport, concealment of the body, but are we really going to get to the crime of murder and whether or not D4VD is actually the person who committed that, or does the nature of the involvement in the crime, maybe it was limited to a potential cover-up and involvement, maybe knowledge, but who committed the act if he's actually named as suspect and investigated for that crime.
The LAPD has been working on a timeline of activity for Celeste and Burke, and an insider with the police investigation says they've been able to determine that in the spring of this year, Burke took a secret trip in the middle of the night to a remote area of Santa Barbara County. Burke remained in the area for several hours.
Bombshell tonight. Crime Stories now streaming first on Fox 1. That's right. You can now watch all the new episodes of Crime Stories first with Fox 1. We are so proud to have a partner who furthers our mission to always, always seek justice, whatever that may be. Watch episodes first with Fox 1 24 hours before they are seen anywhere else. You can even try 7 days for free. The brand new season of Crime Stories airs now on Fox 1. Click the link in the episode description to learn more and watch first on Fox 1.
Bloody remains are found in a vehicle registered to you, yet you
Dang, I was on mute. Sorry, guys. I was just reading Devil1008's comment. I don't think they forgot about her. They deliberately abandoned her body at the time so that its discovery would give him an alibi and he would be on tour. And I was saying that my question to that is, why not just leave the body out there if it to not be discovered, right? The whole point is for a body to not be discovered, in my opinion. And I was also saying that, thank you for your other comment too. about the frozen and thawing about the body, that it would speed up the decomposition process.
Continue on this world tour like nothing was found in your car.
How could somebody put a then 13-year-old little girl in a trunk and leave the car there for weeks on end?
As Burke becomes a suspect in the possible homicide of a child, police say it is likely Burke had help in dismembering and disposing of Celeste's body. Burke still has not made a public announcement about Celeste being found in his car, and after initially saying Burke was cooperating with the investigation, the singer has not been cooperative during the last 2 months.
Bombshell tonight, according to sources within the LAPD, says KNBC, D4VD, aka David Anthony Burke, is being investigated as a suspect in the death of teen.
Yeah, Dell Dink says everything he knew was going to come to either her exposing him or him ending her before he did. I think that's the thing too, right? I think that's more along the lines of where I'm thinking. Like maybe she was going to tell somebody about their relationship and he didn't want that out.
Girl Celeste Rivas. We are also learning, contrary to prior reports, that he has not been cooperative throughout the investigation. And I'm just curious, does it have anything to do with this?
Not at all. My dad is a litigator for a law firm. My mother was a teacher back in the day. She doesn't do it anymore, but she does notary now.
That is from, and the writer is on YouTube. So, I mean, think about it. To Moses Castillo joining me, former LAPD, you got a trial lawyer for a dad, according to Burke himself, and a notary as a mom. I guess they did tell him to shut his pie hole. He hasn't said a word. Now, what can be used at trial are all actions, behavior, patterns before, during, and after a crime. Under the law, of course, a defendant has a right to remain silent. But if she really went missing all the way back in the spring and he never said a word, that's damning. Do you agree?
Absolutely, I agree. Not only him not saying anything, but his actions of transferring, there's some reports of he's transferring his properties to his mom under his mom's name. What does that tell you? That he's afraid of potential civil litigation of a wrongful death lawsuit. So all that points to a consciousness of guilt in my mind. And Nancy, every day there's justice delayed, is justice denied, and we need to fight for transparency, and we need this done so that we could get whoever's responsible accountable.
Well, I appreciate that sermon. I do. But what I'd like to point out, Moses Castillo, is that every day that goes by, we lose evidence. We lose witnesses. Evidence is cleaned away from the home. I heard that it's been professionally cleaned now. All that evidence is gone. To Joe Scott Morgan joining us, death investigator. Joe Scott, the dismemberment of a body is no easy thing. And I wonder where the body was dismembered. We know LAPD combed D4VD's mansion. We've had cases, and you and I have investigated them and covered them, where you actually see on camera, on surveillance video, someone taking a body out of the home. We've watched that, including the body of a teen girl. This is video of a little girl, Miranda Corset, out of Florida. You see her walking into the murder defendant's home and being carried out in a blanket. Does surveillance video around the home, the mansion of David Anthony Burke, show the last time Celeste Rivas left his home? Like Miranda, did she walk in and get carried out? And if so, when? And this is not just about Burke's video. What about neighbors' surveillance video? Don't forget, his Tesla has 360-degree cameras. Who loaded her in the trunk? Or has the info stick been removed from the car and destroyed? Was the body dismembered in that mansion, or was it taken out to, for instance, a remote area outside Santa Barbara and dismembered? To Joe Scott Morgan, don't you think there would be evidence inside the mansion if the body was dismembered there?
Yeah, and we still don't know, what they have found. And so here's what you're looking at with dismemberment, Nancy. One of the things that's always left behind is going to be obviously blood deposition. Now that can either be with velocity. Say I've worked cases involving like power tools, and it distributes much like a firearm would. Okay. Also, you're going to have elements like bone dust that people don't think about, just like sawdust that's created with bone. One thing that you do need, though, is you need privacy. You need generally an electrical source, unless you're using hand tools. And you do not need to be bothered in any way while you're doing this. The individuals that would have been involved in this process would have also be covered in tissue themselves. So it's a big, big mess. It's even bigger, say, for instance, in cases we've covered where it's a bludgeoning or just a straight up stabbing, because now you're going even further. I think one of the questions that I have, was there a place that she could have been taken either in the postmortem state or the antemortem state to facilitate this? And also, if they had panicked, for instance, after they started this process, if she was stowed in another location and then brought back, and the Tesla happened to be the spot that they landed on. Okay, we're going to put her in the Tesla. After we've had her in this location, the body begins to become foul. They can't keep her in the house any longer or at some other isolated location where she can be found. So there's a lot of movement that's going on here, and it's going to be very, very difficult to track this. The big thing is looking for trace evidence back in that primary residence. And then if they can locate that location out in Santa Barbara County somewhere, is there anything that of value there that may have been left behind?
I've been thinking about the condition of her body. Those mansion photos were from our friend Harvey Levin over at TMZ. Mm-hmm. I would imagine, since soft tissue is the first thing to go, that there's no way we're going to be able to determine from the petechia in her eyes whether she was asphyxiated. No way. That's gone. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, to a certain degree. I have seen petechiae in advanced decomposition. Nancy, I got to make a confession here. There's something that's just like eating at me right now that I'm thinking about what I'm really concerned about in this case. From a forensic standpoint, and that's going to be her tox. How are you going to land on an answer relative to tox? And if you can give me a little latitude here, one of the things that we do in cases of advanced decomposition, you know how we were talking about how the body begins to break down? We talked about this kind of gelatinous state that the body might be in. One of the things that's rather robust that you can go to is actually the liver, and to a certain degree, the brain as well. What we do is that what remains of the liver and the brain, we will take samples of that and literally spin it down to the point where it liquefies. We can actually draw that up, Nancy, and get what's referred to as a qualitative finding, like were there any drugs in her system? I'm talking meth, coke, the standard panel that we run in the medical legal world. Now, here's the problem. You're not going to be able to get a quantitative amount, which is what we're looking for if we're thinking about OD, for instance. You can merely get a qualitative amount, and that says that these drugs were present. And the question now is, how in the hell is a young girl like this getting access to these substances that is...
Yeah, I like this guy. He's very knowledgeable. Yeah, how did she get those drugs, right?
under the direct care of an individual that is an adult in her life. Remember, she's not been with her family. So how is she getting access to these drugs?
Okay, let me boil down what you just said. Harsh reality is, even when a body is, for instance, mummified, from being out in the desert or in some other difficult terrain, and the body literally dries up.
Yeah.
The internal organs, such as the liver, can be put in a blender with some form of liquid, such as saline maybe,
Yeah, centrifuge.
and liquefied.
Yeah.
You basically making a smoothie out of the internal organs, and from those organs, tox can be conducted. Toxicology labs can be conducted on that. So even if her remains are, as you said, jello, if she's been dead since the spring, even so, that
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point anything's possible, right? And I think somebody mentioned if there's any doctors or any like funeral directors, and I think Cindy Guzman said that she did work for. That was funny. Oh man, it's like, come on now, guys, be respectful in chat, all right? If you guys want to debate the ideas, debate the ideas. Don't do any personal attacks, all right? I'm not going to tolerate that shit here, all right? Everybody's here is entitled to their opinion, okay? We don't need shade being thrown at each other, all right? Just keep it cool, keep it respectful, all right? My chat's been cool since day one, being real respectful, and everybody is. It's just keep it cool. It's easy, you know. And again, everybody's welcome to their opinions here in my chat. All right. The thing with opinions or ideas is you challenge them with other ideas, and we start a conversation. Okay.
test can still be run, but you're saying you can't get a quantitative amount, which is the possibility of an overdose. You can't tell how much of it is in her system. You can just determine it is in her system. But you know, I got a problem with what you're saying. Here's the problem. To Dr. Geraldine Utter, we keep hearing discussions of maybe she OD'd. Why are we hearing that? If this was an accidental OD and anyone hoped to save her inside D4VD's mansion, they would have called 911. We don't want to think she was intentionally murdered. So we all come up with, oh, it was likely an overdose, and they panicked and got rid of her body. Excuse me, panicked and dismembered her body and left it in a trunk? That's not what people do when you want to save someone's life. When someone has an accident. So reminiscent of little Keely Anthony. When Top 9 Casey Anthony wants us to believe Keely died in the pool, and then her dad decided, oh, let's just put her in a trash bag and throw her in a swamp. That's a great idea. Instead of trying to revive her or have a funeral, that's total BS. So why do we want to believe this was an OD?
Because it feels better that way psychologically, Nancy. I mean, this is D4, VD or David, whatever you want to reference him as. He was somebody that was coming up in the ranks. He was beloved. He had a following. It feels better to have to think, oh, this was an accident. I don't want to have to wrap my head around the fact the person that I love and I admire and whose art or music I like did something like that. The other thing when it comes to overdose, to your point, if she had an accidental overdose, you would think that people would rush right away to call the police. Sadly, we don't see it as often as we'd like to see it because people panic, and usually what they'll do is they might drive to an emergency room and just kind of drop someone off, or they might move her while she's still alive and overdose and put her on the sidewalk and call. To your point, the fact that we moved to dismemberment really just, it kind of makes you think, hey, maybe there was more foul play, not just simply an overdose. Your earlier question, we believe that people are capable of doing evil, terrible things. And again, someone who was an artist that was coming up through the ranks. Another thing we want to think of is she is a child. She is a minor. So there's so many layers to self-protection, self-preservation, and protecting his image potentially that are involved in a case like this. But to your point, if it was an overdose, there were 10 million other things that could have been done to protect, quote unquote, him and his camp while also trying to get this young child help.
Shocking.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I mean, it could be any number of things, as we were all saying, right? And I think that Celeste Rivas being a minor, I think that has to play a huge role in this, in the felony categories. Whether it was an overdose, whether it was this or that, I mean, just anything, right? Kidnapping, harboring a missing child, right? I mean, just the number of charges that could be slapped on. But for all we know that they're just stacking the charges up. For all we know, right? And thanks for sending me that video, Flojo. I'll play it after this one if we got time.
Information uncovered by the LAPD has the investigation spotlight finally pointing on Burke. Investigators have developed new information that leads them to believe Celeste likely died in the spring of this year, and the death is being tentatively treated as a possible homicide, but officials are waiting on an official cause of death from the medical examiner.
Holidays are just around the corner, and that means a lot of excitement and all I need is one witness to crack, one of Burke's insiders to tell the truth about the night Celeste died. We will get answers as to what happened to Celeste Rivas. Bombshell tonight, according to sources within the LAPD, D4VD, aka David Anthony Burke, known as David, as a musician, is finally being considered as a suspect in the death of a little girl, teen girl Celeste, found decomposing in his vehicle. The bombshell, not that he's being considered a suspect, reportedly. Many people already considered him a suspect, or at least a POI, person of interest. But the timeline, this is a seismic shift. Now we are learning police believe this little girl died back in the spring, not in the fall, not in September when her body was found, but many months before that. I'm going to circle back to Joe Scott Morgan with the possibility she was dismembered in the desert outside, in the terrain outside Santa Barbara, and what that would mean forensically if dirt or soil could be found in that Tesla trunk from that area. What would that prove? But here's one of the reasons the timeline was off.
It's a little weird to see a car that I haven't seen here for a long time. Had a big dent on it, had a Texas plate on it. So all a little odd.
One neighbor says the distinct-looking Tesla was parked on the street for some time in front of the house that was searched, and later in two other spots on the street. The vehicle stood out because it has a Texas plate and a big dent.
From our friends at WABC, straight back out to Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. This is a seismic shift, the timeline, and it opens up the possibility that there was not just a murder, a cover-up, but a very long cover-up that lasted for months and was quite elaborate, suggesting that Celeste was still alive, thereby hiding the fact that she was dead and dismembered. So, Dave Mack, regarding the cover-up, regarding the trip out into a remote area, you've studied the map. What area are they referring to? What is the most obvious remote area outside Santa Barbara?
The one I'm looking at, Nancy, is Valley, which is a terrain that it's difficult to drive a car in. You're going to do a lot of hiking to get around there. It's underdeveloped, and it is an area that really...
See, so they're saying that Santa Ynez Valley. I wonder why they're picking that spot. Like, why that specific spot? Maybe their sources had said something? Santa Ynez. Huh. Let's see how far that is from Santa Barbara. Oh, so that's pretty much north. So I wonder why they're focusing on that area. Let me show you guys real quick where that is relatively to Santa Barbara. I'm going to bring that up real quick and then we'll go back to the video. Because that's interesting she says that. Oh, wow. It's even more north. Check this out. Let me share my screen. Look at this. I mean, that's 42 minutes away from Santa Barbara. So I wonder why she's saying that spot. I mean, that's even more northeast. Yeah. Huh. Isn't that interesting? That's what she said, right? Nancy Grace was saying Santa Ynez. So I wonder what. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, I wonder what she say. Why she said this part. Santa Ynez. Yeah, that's interesting.
Really and truly could be a place where you could be left alone for a long, long time. But Nancy, you mentioned the cover up. Okay. Think about this. When you're looking at long game that includes the staged Celeste lookalike at the concert in August, think about his new album, Withered, was coming out April the 25th. They're now saying Celeste was dead in early spring. As we look at this whole thing where they're always blocking her face so you can't see how she looks, can't identify her, I hate to say this. Did they plan her death so that they could get her out of the way as the new album came out and he goes on his first world tour and they replace her with a look and stage the whole thing?
To Justice Scott Morgan, try to erase Dave Mack's wacky conspiracy theory. Although, frankly, you know what? So much has changed in this case. Maybe it's not that wacky after all. Justice Scott Morgan, let's talk about that rugged area. If she was dismembered there with help, and I'm curious why LA law enforcement is saying that the killer had help dismembering her. That's another can of worms. But what would you expect to find on her body, on those bags, and possibly in the Tesla trunk?
Yeah, you had mentioned earlier, you begin to think of, there's an area within forensics where we have forensic geology, where we begin to take a look at soil samples, and that's contained within the trace evidence area at the state crime lab. So you actually can compare soil that is, say, for instance, if you're talking, this house is where he was renting, is essentially adjacent to Chateau Marmont, the famous place where Belushi died and all of those things went down all those years ago. Well, that geology in that area, the type of soil there is completely different than, say, this area where he is alleged to have gone. I got one more for you, Nancy. Remember, what are they saying? They're saying that there's a chance she may have gone missing in the spring. Guess what happens in the spring? You've got new bloom going on. So the flora, that is all of the plant life that is out in that area, there's a high potential that those species are completely different than you're going to find back in more coastal areas around LA. So in these bags, not only are they going to be looking for soil sample, they're also going to be looking for any kind of pollen that's on the body. That's another area with forensics that we look at relative to this. So there's a lot of evidence if they have taken.
Yeah, what are the dates for spring? Let me see. Let me find out. Get a better idea. Because that's very vague, right? I'll put it in California. I'll put Santa Barbara area. I don't know if that makes a difference or not. Let me see what this says. Okay, yeah, so here we go. Spring in Santa Barbara, California starts March 20th, sometimes March 19th or March 21st, and ends in June 2021. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Just put that there. Here it is. Dang. So March 20th, and then it ends on June. Dang, that's wild, huh? Huh.
Your time with each one of these bags, with her body, any clothing that may have been on there, there's a chance that you can harvest information there that might tell you about her path, at least from a geographic standpoint.
I want you to see a live stream video of D4VD David Anthony Burke and Celeste, which has recently resurfaced. Watch.
Hey, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big me. Oh, thank you, Mitochondria.
I gotta stop with him if you even. We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
You know what that tells me? That, again, is a live stream video of David Anthony Burke and Celeste, which resurfaced. That D4VD, David Anthony Burke, is very aware of any incriminating evidence. He knows to delete it, get rid of it, don't let it stay on the air. We know that there was a long history of covering Celeste's face whenever they were photographed together. What else, if anything, would he cover up? And I want to address something Joanna Nieves, veteran trial lawyer, said. She said, well, you know, if the body is so decomposed, we may never know COD, cause of death, and therefore we won't know whether this was a murder. I want you to imagine something, Joanne. Go to the back recesses of your mind and imagine a sinking ship about to go under in a turbulent storm. Imagine rats, rodents running across the deck of the ship, not knowing what to do. A sinking ship with rats running across the deck. You don't think one of those rodents will grab onto anything to save its own skin? Yes, somebody within D4VD's camp knows exactly what happened. And we have learned from private investigator Steve Fisher, who can no longer comment, I imagine, because he's going to be a witness, that he saw who was driving the Tesla, parking it here, parking it there. Was it D4VD? I guarantee you he had a minion do that, a friend, and that friend knows everything. There were multiple people living in that mansion. Someone is going to try their best to save their own skin, like those rats on the ship deck, and they are going to rat out on David Anthony Burke.
Pressure bust pipes, and I agree with that. When your life and your livelihood is on the line, it is not difficult to apply the pressure and get somebody to break. Now, will that confession or, you know, that big reveal actually point to D4VD? That still remains unknown. You know, maybe he is aware. Obviously, there is something going on, that there is a level of awareness and knowledge, but what we don't know is who the actual culprit was of what happened to Celeste.
Investigators have made contact with several people involved in the case, some more involved than others, but all in some capacity that leads detectives to believe they are certain they're going down the right path for a suspect. Even with the new information about the investigation, no one has been arrested, and the investigation is ongoing.
We here at Crime Stories would be remiss if we don't ask questions about Celeste Rivas' parents. How can she be missing all this time, even possibly dead since the spring, and they alerted no one? How much, if any, blame is attributed to them? Where was mommy? Where was daddy? Tonight, this investigation is ongoing. The police need your help. If you know or think you know anything, whether you are within D4VD's camp, whether you're a neighbor, whether you saw them together, anything, please call LAPD 213-486-6890. Repeat, 213-486-6890. We remember an American hero, Officer Jeremy Hall, Virginia Department of Corrections, killed in the line of duty. How much, if any, blame is attributed to them? Where was mommy? Where was daddy? Tonight, this investigation is ongoing. The police need your help. If you know or think you know anything, whether you are within D4VD's camp, whether you're a neighbor, whether you saw them together, anything, please call LAPD 213-486-6890. Repeat, 213-486-6890.
That just came out today. So, oh, that's your babe, Deladay. Yeah, I just checked on Reddit to see what his spring, what is spring, what is it? Calendar looked like. So let me share that. Maybe we could see some insight into this. Let's see. So when did we say spring was? Maybe you can see what's that. Yeah, I mean, love her or hate her, you know, she's doing her thing and putting this case out there for sure. I mean, her guests are great too. I really like her guests. Let's see. When did we say? When did we say it was? Let me see. March. Okay, March 20th, 2021 to June 20. Let me just put this right here so I have it on here. Just so I have it on the screen. There we go. So March 20th. Let's see what he was doing on that date, and then to the end of June 20th. So March 20th and then a month. Okay, thank you guys. Let's see. Hopefully you guys can see that okay. Can you guys see that okay? So let's see what happens in March. So April 18th, 2025. Oh, wait. I'm getting way too ahead. That doesn't make sense. Let's see. So David was ticketed by the Tesla the third time, exceeding 72 hours? Huh. This doesn't make sense. Let me look at another timeline. Let me see. Yeah, because some of these are just unconfirmed. That's the thing. That's the thing that throws off the timeline. But I want to know what David was doing in March. So maybe I'm getting my dates wrong. February, June, July. Here we go. January, February, March, April. That's wild. Okay, so February 2nd is when he's cleaning those shoes. February 2nd, 2025. And then April 25, 2025 is when David releases the album titled Withered. Huh. So what happened in March? Let me see. September, June, July, August, March. Hold on, let me see. Let me check one thing. See what comes up. Okay, here we go. Came out 2 days ago. All right, let me see. Let me share my screen. There we go. So this is from Jeannie the Tween. I think I've seen her some of their stuff. Jeannie the Ween. I hope I'm saying that right. So shout out to that person right here putting this timeline together. So it says recent news: the LAPD viewed David as a suspect in the death of Celeste Rios and reports that she is believed to have been unalive during spring 2025. Full start of the year to spring timeline was January to July 2025. I'll keep updating it. Latest update is 11/20/25. So that was today. Oh shit. Yeah, thanks Julie for bringing that up. I appreciate that. Let's see. So January 1st, 2025, David wiped his content from certain social media platforms. Oh shit. January 2nd, David creates a second Instagram account named David's Gallery, later renamed to Extra David with a Hello Kitty holding a digital camera as a profile picture and starts making posts from January 2nd to January 28th. According to Steve Fisher, there's a photo evidence of them together again on January 2nd, 2025. That's what SF Investigate was saying, is that he personally says that he has proof of life as early as, well, as of January 2nd, 2025. He's in like, that's the last known picture that he has for proof of life. That's wild. January, February, March, and then 2 months after is when police think that she was killed, or allegedly reported by news outlets. Let's see, January 8, 2025, David's One More Dance music video filming date out of state. So that's January 8th. January 11th, 2025, David is in his hometown in Texas, barn to shed the picture. Oh yeah, we've seen that picture, right? Let's see if I can bring that up. Let me see if I can bring that up. The car, I think the last time it was moved was July 29th, I believe. 28th or 29th? 29th, I'm almost positive. But I'll double check. So this is the barn right here. See that picture? That's from the SF Investigates when he brought out that picture. And it's so hard to keep up with the timeline. But I'm glad we're getting closer and closer to something, at least, right? That's what it feels like. Let me see if I have the SF Investigates picture. Yeah, here it is. I promise you guys that tonight I'm going to organize all my pictures. I uploaded them. And it's a lot easier now to go between pictures and stuff like that. But I just need to organize them better. I did upload them. And I did reorganize them from my phone to my computer. But now I need to organize them on my computer. I'll read comments in a minute. I know you guys are being cool and chill, so I really appreciate everybody in here. And let me see. I just want to bring up that picture because we're talking about it. Let me see. Here we go. Should be pulling it up right now. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that's way better. Boom, there it is. So that's the shed, the timeline that they're talking about. And it says, oh, so that's January 11th, 2025. So that's when he's in his hometown. Huh. Let me share the other one. Here we go. Okay, that's up there. And then there's the shed right there. All right, January 13th, 2025, David begins teasing his upcoming Withered tour, posted on IG. January 13th, 2025, David posts a TikTok with his sister and officially teases the song One More Dance, describing it in the caption as the emotional sister song to hear with me. He explains that the song explores grief, wishing for one final moment with someone who's gone, whoa, and imagining seeing them again in the afterlife. Jeez, man. Whoa. January 14, 2025, David's short mirror selfie video with Hello Kitty slippers teasing his new song One More Dance, posted on X. January 2025, David is on a Delta flight. January 22nd, 2025. So this is 2025. I don't want to keep saying 2025. So this is all going to be in 2025 this year. David on Twitch stream openly shows a knife on camera and a new Hello Kitty wallpaper on his computer desktop. January 25th, David's black Tesla registration expires. January 25th, David's last burner extra 4VD IG post before 4 months off says he's been sad and as of late, but a beach trip with a friend helped. January 29th, David One More Dance music video. This date appears in a scene while driving the car and opening the trunk, not a timeline entry. January 30th, 2025, David posts a Snapchat of him getting his wisdom teeth taken out. January 31st, David teases the video promo for his Weathered album on social media. February 1st, a red Tesla lease under Josh Marshall. Oh, that's February 1st. February 1st, 2025, a red Tesla was leased under Josh Marshall. February 2nd, David posts a TikTok of himself singing to his Hello Kitty plushies. Caption says, "When nobody was there for me, Hello Kitty was there for me." February 3rd, David posts a TikTok on David's Prayers, his burner account, after 2 months of inactivity. He talks about the chaos at the start of the year, natural disasters, hurt, pain, and death, and urges people not to lose hope or turn away from God in these evil times. He calls it the most insane start of the year he's ever seen and tells viewers to stay prayed up. He also says he'll post more despite his last upload being on September 1st, 2025. February 4th, David announces his Withered album for April 25th with pre-orders posted on X. February 4th, David Twitch streams singing Withered. Vinyl with Hello Kitty drawings showed that he had his Hello Kitty nails done, and he also sang his unreleased song Hello Kitty Shirt on stream. February 4th, David's Twitch stream while singing Weathered vinyl. He explained the meaning of his Withered album trailer. He said that in the trailer, he's lying on the ground and the people walking around him and wrapping the red string while blindfolded are connected to Itami. He explained that the red string comes from a Japanese ideology called the Scarlet Connection, or the invisible string theory, which means that everybody is connected from birth by an invisible red thread. This string leads you to your destiny, life after life, following you through every reincarnation. In the trailer, however, the red string leads everybody to Itami. Whoa. Who stands at the center of the circle surrounded by white roses. He also mentioned that in South Korean ideology, his concept is called Inyan. I don't know, I'm butchering that, which is similar but focuses more on past lives. The idea is that you build up Inyan, I don't know if I'm saying that right, across multiple lifetimes. February 4th, David's Twitch stream, he mentioned that his mom was addicted to watching crime shows and that they've watched them together all the time, including Monk, Psych, Leverage, and Law and Order. February 6th, David announces Withered merch, signed vinyl, CDs, posted on IG. And February 7th, David's One More Dance music video releases date. February 7th, David's Twitch stream of him learning a dance for his new song, One More Dance, with a professional dancer named Ja. February 10th, David posts a TikTok, no Valentine's this year. Whoa. February 10th, 2025, David posts a TikTok, no Valentine this year. February 12th, David Twitch stream with Benny Blanco. February 11th, David stream on Twitch before Valentine's Day, making a love song, We Were Meant to Be, on stream and talked about his Weathered album and what happened behind the scenes. He explained that he went on tour in Asia in late 2024 November and became completely exhausted. Excuse me, which made it hard for him to focus on his album. He said there was too much going on at the time. His manager, he didn't specify which one, told him to go to London for 2 weeks to get away from the US and focus solely on music. During these 2 weeks, they worked on the album every day and ended up making about half of it. After that, David returned home to Houston. He went back to recording in his closet with the same mic where everything started, and he finished the rest of the album there on his phone. He said all this happened within a span of 3 weeks after taking 2 years to make an album. He finished it in just 3 weeks. He also mentioned that he turned the album in during December 2024 and the rollout began in January 2025. In chat, we're saying he was holding back songs from fans, but he said he wasn't holding anything. There were just some circumstances. He added that he wishes he had finished the album sooner, but everything happens for a reason. February 13, 2025, David announces limited edition Itami Withered vinyl and handmade bloody shirts posted on IG. So that's on February 13th, a day before Valentine's, is when he rolled out these he announced a limited edition Itami Weathered vinyl and handmade bloody shirts posted on IG. February 13, David posted a YouTube short saying his mom made him take out his piercings. And February 14th, 2025, David Twitch streams with Cat's Eye. That's interesting. So that's what I was wondering what he was doing. So he was, I gotta make a note of that. So he's streaming with Cat's Eye. Wonder who that is. February 17th, David hosts an exclusive fans listening party and performs live in Berlin, Germany for his debut album Withered. February 19th, David Ford magazine photo shoot included a session with Hello Kitty plushies. 19th, David posted a YouTube short of him in the shower wearing Hello Kitty sweatpants. February 23rd, David takes Tesla to the detailer. So he takes that to the detailer on February 23rd, 2025. And February 23, 2025, David cleans shoes. Looks similar to Celeste Rivas' TikTok video. February. So we're coming up on March now. I just wanted to go over the timeline anyway since I have it here. Let's see. Where am I? Yeah, okay, here we go. February 26th, 27th, David's black Tesla ticketed twice for parking in a residential area. Why did he leave the car on the road for 3 days after getting it detailed? February 28th, 2025, David and Kali Uchis crashing song release. February 29th, mid-late March, David posted a Snapchat story wearing a hoodie similar to Celeste. March 1st, here we go. So we're starting to get into March. David's Twitch stream for the crashing music video watch party. David explains the meaning behind the red string theory. Red strings in the video. He mentioned in his previous video, One More Dance, he died. And in the crashing video, him standing in the middle of the red string representing limbo, the afterlife, which from where he's trying to escape. If he doesn't, he can't go back to what his purpose is. His purpose is to beat Itami, and when the Withered album comes out, he will face him in a final fight. He explains a lot about being a detective, a protagonist, and solving crimes. He also explained that the red strings are from references to the invisible string theory. March 2nd, David posts an unreleased song, 2016, hinting at a troubled past that year, posted on X. March 3rd, David arrives in London. March 7th, David held a secret fan limited access event and performed at White City Warehouse in London. March 8th, the lease on David signed by Marshall Doheny Drive property where Celeste was allegedly staying was terminated. Oh, that's what I wanted to know, man. That's good info right here. Look at that. Look at this. March 8th, 2025. Holy shit, look at this. March 8th, 2025, the lease on the Doheny Drive property where allegedly Celeste was staying was terminated. Holy shit, look at that. Damn, that's interesting. So it's like, where would he hide her now, right? Wow. So March 9th, sorry. David Tesla ticketed for a third time, exceeding 72 hours. March 9th, David attends a fashion show in Paris. March 18th, David Twitch co-streams with Mr. Savage. So here we go. Here we start getting into spring. But I think that's important, that date, March 8th, 2025. That's huge, in my opinion. March 18th. Okay, I read that. March 25th, David announces new anime vinyl and kawaii clothing merch. March 28th, David's 20th birthday. What are you waiting for? Song and music released. Whoa. So April 1 and 2, the first and the second, David unusually posts 14 slang-filled tweets packed with personal updates in an unfiltered style. Ah, wonder what that was, huh? Probably had like a mental breakdown. April 2nd, black purse visible in background of David's TikTok. April 3rd, David's Twitch stream studio session with Rich Brian. April 8th, David posts that he made the best song after finishing his album and might add it to the bonus track posted on X. April 11th and April 18th, David performs at Coachella in Indio, California. Asia posts a TikTok from Coachella with Neo, Celeste Herrera, and David. Oh, look at that. April 11th and 18th. April 16th, David's Coachella interview, he talks about being excited for the summer and shares that his Withered album deals with his own vulnerability. He says the album represents who David really is and is highly introspective, exploring themes of grief, loss, confusion, and love. He wants the album to be very conscious, I think that's what that means, and intentional, aiming to give fans exactly what they want. He also mentioned that there's a second half of the album coming, Withered Deluxe, which will bring a whole different roller coaster ride of possibilities. He wraps up by discussing the advice Za, I think that's what it was, gave him. SZA, I forgot that. How do you say that? SZA, Za. Sia, I think that might be Sia. April 18, 2025, David interview with Associated Press. He says the first song he wrote for the Withered album was Afterlife. Look at that. Afterlife, mentioning Afterlife. He shared that he partially made the song and shared a snippet with fans in late 2023 and was inspired, though he didn't go into detail about the inspiration. April 21st, 2025. Look at this. David announces his Withered tour dates. April 25th, 2025, Withered album, Invisible String Theory, Is This Really Love? You Left Me First, Go Say It Back, Atomic Land. Wow. Celeste voice is featured in a couple of these songs. Release date, well, that's alleged. Wow. And then the 26th of April, David cries and performs Afterlife for the first time. Album presentation with fans presented by BandLabs. April 26th is when he was crying. April 27th, David performs in Houston, Texas, crying again during his live performance of Afterlife on stage. April 28th, Zach Zhang show interview where David says he's single. Invisible String Theory, where he refers to an unnamed ex-girlfriend. Whoa. Whoa. April 29th, David starts to spam the word decay in his Discord server. Though the reason is unknown, he later followed up by saying, keep streaming the Weather Tour. That's wild. Look at that. April 29th, he starts saying the word decay on Discord. April 29th, David interviews on World Cafe in Philadelphia. Wow. So that was spring right there. March and April. That's wild. There's more to that, but dang, we went over that. That's wild. That is wild, man. Do you guys want me to keep reading? I think everybody left. So I'll stop it there. That is wild. Dang, I got on a reading. That is wild stuff, man. So let me play this video that Flo sent me. Flojo. Give me 1 second. Let me bring it up. He thinks, I think he's saying that he thinks maybe this is where Celeste might have been killed in the home, maybe. And I gotta read chat.
Did you guys know that me and David are actually related?
My second cousin.
Yeah.
Me and Asia go to like the same family functions. Like we go on road trips. Like she's in the backseat type. Low key,
Backseat.
I'll be there too, bro. So I'm driving. You're driving. That's the entire time. I did. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see her driving. I was like, there's no driving there. My fault.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Oh, let me catch up on chat. All right, let me catch up on. Dang, I'm so freaking far behind. I don't even know where I left behind. So behind on chat. Oh, you're still listening? Okay. Yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. So probably I won't be able to read your comments or your chat. So I'll just keep reading. Yeah, let me keep reading. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep reading. That was a good idea. A lot of good dates, huh? By that person? Man, shout out to Reddit. I'll keep reading. I just saw your comments. Let's see. Let me see. Let me share my screen again. Yeah, so sorry I skipped a lot of the comments, but I'm sure you guys were being cool. Hey, Native Girl, I see you're back on the chat. Good to see you. Yeah, let me keep reading. That's a good idea, guys. I appreciate everybody. Hit the thumbs up, yeah? Get me in the algorithm again. Man, that's some interesting stuff here. Because that's I mean, let me see. Let me give a shout out to this person right here on Reddit. Jeannie the Ween. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Shout out to you putting this together. Real nice timeline. All right, so let's see. Starting in May, David's Tesla was parked in a few different spots around the neighborhood, per SF Investigates. Actually, yeah, I'll keep reading. There's not much left. Let's see. April 30th and May 1st, 2025. David again usually posts a series of 18 cryptid one-word phrases, tweets, and shares the song 11 p.m. Holy shit. Which was supposed to be featured on the deluxe Weathered turn on the Withered deluxe album, 11 p.m. That's weird, man. That's weird considering that supposedly he was out in Santa Barbara late at night, and he's coming out on April 30th and May 1st of 2025 with 18 cryptid one-word phrases, and one of those tweets was 11 p.m. Damn, this guy, oh, man. Oh man, what is going on? Let's see. May 5th, 2025, David appears on And the writer is, okay, with Ross Gollin, episode 209 podcast, where he discusses his struggles with music while being homeschooled, working with Sia, and how his old iPod, which he showed and played a big role in shaping his music taste. He also talks about how his music career started and how his family perceived it. May 6, 2025, Asia, Neil, David, rating Met Gala looks. May 9th, Pokemon's Mukbang with David and Cat's Eye. May 9th, David interviewed with Mahogany, which was filmed in March. Talks about manga-inspired alter ego, Itami, detective and murderer role, reality versus fiction and fashion. Whoa. May 10th, group picture with Celeste Herrera, Neo, and Vanessa posted on extra D4VD IG burner account. May 13th, David performs in Malaysia. May 14th, David is photographed at an influencer event in LA, posted on IG. The event took place before Asia tour. May 14th, David performs in Bangkok. May 16th, David performs in the Philippines. May 18th, David performs in Indonesia. May 21st, David performed in South Korea. May 25th, David attended Crunchyroll Anime's award show in Tokyo, Japan. May 27th, David's Is This Real Love, a color show performance video posted on YouTube. May 28th, David posts more TikToks from events in Tokyo. May 30th, David's song Where Did You Go? Release date. Jeez, man, look at that. The song Where Did You Go on May 30th came out. Where Did You Go? That's some wild stuff. June 6th, David attended Stray Kids concert in LA. June 6th, pictures posted of Vanessa, Celeste, and Neil at an apartment complex. Oh, so that was on. Oh, wow. That was sooner than I thought. June? Wow, that's in June. Oh, that's interesting. June 7th, David is photographed at Mackenzie Sigler's 21st birthday party in LA, posted on IG. June 10th, David appears on Yugi's and Bree's arcade stream. This stream went viral due to the speculation that Celeste Herrera appeared wearing a Gap hoodie and Gap hoodie and bearing similarities to Celeste Rivas. At the time, many people believed it was actually Celeste. Wow, on June 10th, look at that. June 10th, David also appears in Kid Super's Twitch stream, making music, talks about his upcoming Wither Deluxe album. June 11th, David's private pocket show in Sao Paulo, Brazil. June 12th, David posts that he's almost finished with his Wither Deluxe album. June 17th, David tweets he has finished his Weathered Deluxe album. June 21st, 2025, David is photographed at a party in LA, posted on IG. Let's see. And June 21st, 2025, Dave posts a Snapchat story selfie with a new phone case, Always Love, featuring Eugene. His previous one was a Hello Kitty case. Whoa, where was his other one? June 11th, David's private pocket show. Okay, I read that one. Weather Tour LA, June 21st, 2025. Dave posts a Snapchat story selfie with a new phone case. Okay, I read that one. June 24th, 2025. David Crocs and Hollister collab photo shoot in LA. June 25th, David attends the Escape Pod podcast. June 26th, 2025 and 27th, 2025. David attends a show in Paris Fashion Week. June 27th, David and Hinging Stray Kids released the music video and song Always Love. July 2nd, more pictures were posted by Neil, Vanessa, and Celeste Herrera from a party at the apartment complex. July 3rd, David and Jason Ween's live stream at the FaZe Mansion. July 4th, July 4th, David celebrates 4th of July with Jason, the Ween, Sakura, Neil, Asia, Celeste Herrera at the Face Mansion. Oh, wow. July 5th, David attends Anime Expo in LA with Neo, allegedly wearing Celeste's blue wig and showing off his shush tattoo. July 7th, 2025, David at LAFC Hello Kitty Night soccer game at BMO Stadium, Los Angeles. July 9th, David's collab with Jason the Ween in the Summer Uptown music video filmed with Asia and Celeste Herrera. July 11th, David's Twitch stream with Asia and Neo reacting to Justin Bieber's new album. July 11th, David announces a Fortnite competition and the winner gets to perform with him on tour. Huh. July 14th, David performed in Tokyo. July 17th, David Twitch stream teasing the Wither Deluxe songs. July 15th, 28th, David is attending multiple parties in LA. July 20th, LAPD called to David's Vero Drive Hollywood Mansion property at 4 a.m. for loud music. Let's see. According to Daily Mail, Celeste's friends reportedly last heard from her between late July and early August of 2025. Did David have access to her phone? Remember, that's what we were talking about earlier. And July 29, 2025, the Tesla was moved to its final spot on Bluebird Avenue before leaving on the tour bus. Oh, so that was on the 29th. July 29th, David posted a YouTube short on the tour bus with Asia and Neo. July 30th, David's Wither tour first live show, Itami's funeral. Wow. August 12, 2025, David posted a creepy video at the La Mesa Motel, New Mexico. The video featured one of his Wither Deluxe songs favorite. Holy shit, man. That was wild. That was a wild ride. Thank you guys for sticking around for that. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Guys, hit the like button, please. Man, look at that. So yeah, so July 29th was the final move, and then they go on tour. And let me show you a picture or a video of them on tour, and you tell me what you think about that. So this is the first vlog of the tour. And here I'll
show you guys the eats before.
Hold on, let me make it a little bit bigger so you can see. Whoopsies. Let me remove that one. Make it bigger. Put me on the corner. Here we go. There we go. So this is Tour Bus Chronicles Chapter 1. And here we go.
I'm gonna show you guys the eats before we embark on our tour adventure. We got the Bangin' Balls burgers, the Bangin' Balls tender, tour bus vibes, studio in the back because we making music called Tour. You know where it's at. You know what it is. Why am I talking like this? I don't know. See y'all in San Francisco. First show on the way. We're gonna get naked on stage.
So does that look like a group of people that are concerned about somebody being in the front trunk of their Tesla? Right? That this video right here, I don't know. There's something about this freaking video that just, because at this point, June, July, August, September, her body was discovered on September 8th, the day after her birthday. Yeah, that's Neo. Let me play that again without the commentary. So I was saying the other day that they're more worried about whether they're gonna get a burrito or a hamburger. That's the worry. Is what do you guys want? A burrito or a hamburger? Right? Chilling, look at that. Chilling, streaming, doing content, Neo eating fried whatever that is. Look at that. David showing off his tour bus. And this whole time, Celeste Rivas is in the front trunk of the Tesla. See what I mean? Freaking wild, man. Oh, man. Oh, here we go. You can see it better. So trying to get used to this program. Here we go.
I'm gonna show you guys the eats before we embark on our tour adventure. We got the Bangin' Balls burgers, the Bangin' Balls tender, tour bus vibes, studio in the back because we making music called Tour. You know where it's at. You know what it is. Why am I talking like this? I don't know. See y'all in San Francisco. First show on the way. We're gonna get naked on stage.
We're gonna get naked on stage. Wow.
I'll show you.
Wow, guy. This whole freaking time. Yeah, that's Neil right there. Stuff in his face. And there's Asia right there. She set her Instagram or her TikTok on private now. And she set it on private right after the news of David being a suspect came out. Mm-hmm.
Got the
Oh, that's true, huh, Julie? I never thought about it like that too, right? He's like, I'm gonna get naked, and there's like kids there at his concert, right? Wow. See, this is what I noticed about the tour bus too. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 area to sleep in. See that? It's wild. I mean, they are a tight group. Asia, Neo. I mean, who moved the car, right? And I think at this point, whoever moved the car, it's not far-fetched to think that they knew what was going on. Or maybe not. But I mean, it's not far-fetched to think that whoever moved the car, the Tesla, didn't know that there was a body in the front trunk. Damn, that's crazy. I read that whole thing. That was really good information. Again, shout out to Reddit, man. You guys keep doing what you're doing, and you guys haven't slept on this case. We haven't slept on this case. We had some freaking long nights in Discord with this case, just trying to dissect every single thing that we could find. And man, just keep on doing what you guys are doing, man. And all of it is a group collective. Everybody that's covering this case in the true crime community too. My hat's off to you for keeping this in the light, keeping this, just covering the cases. And yeah, man, I just feel like this is in the right direction. And I've said this before too, that I wanted to be very optimistic with this case. And in my mind, I wanted to believe that LAPD was behind the scenes, just watching footage, doing their due diligence, doing what they needed to do for justice for Celeste Rivas, and it appears that way. It appears that way, and I think this. I mean, I think they might have, in my opinion, I think they have video. I think they might have video or data, whether it's on the computer. I mean, how can they not, right? How can they not? Text messages, right? From Celeste Rivas to David. How can they not have that? How can they not subpoena his phone records at this point? Or anybody else's phone records for that matter, right? I mean, I think what we just have seen is the tip of the iceberg, in my opinion. I really think that there is definitely... Hey, Stoke Dissension, good to see you. If anybody's in here I missed, sorry about that. But man, I just really feel like there's more. That there's just more that the LAPD has, and for good reason. Obviously, they're not releasing that, obviously. So I just gonna be optimistic, keep being optimistic, and keep on with the faith. And man, this whole case has been a freaking roller coaster since day one. It's been a wild case, and it's been something that's been in everybody's mind, and everybody's want justice. And I believe LAPD does too. I mean, with the other case with the car, with the other Civic Honda car, there was an arrest in that. And I think there will be arrest here too, whether it is soon or later, but it will be sooner or later. The thing is, you can't escape your faith. You can't escape your faith, okay? You just can't. And I don't know, man. Justice for Celeste Rivas. What a freaking wild roller coaster. So this is Memorial. And that was good. We went over a lot of stuff, a lot of the timeline. So in March is what they were saying. But then again, they could be leaking red herrings too, right? Saying that it's in it's in spring, and maybe it's earlier than that too. That could also be the case. But since everybody's reporting on it, there might be some truth to it. There might be some kernel of truth, as they say. But damn, that was a really good timeline on Reddit, and that was interesting too. How Nancy Grace was saying about Santa Isabel or something like that. I forget where she said, but that was interesting too. So I wonder what significance that is in the case and what is out there. What could be out there, right? Oh no, Santa Ynez. That's what it was. Santa Ynez. Yeah. So that one's about like 45 minutes from Santa Barbara County, which would make more sense, right? Because it's a remote area. Yeah. Santa Ynez. Yeah, you always get caught up if you have accomplices. That's right. I mean, how many people can keep a secret if it's more than one, right? Oh man. Yeah, let me show you that. Oh, thank you, Stoic. Thank you. Mark, you're doing great. It's been really telling interesting information, man. It's been a roller coaster for sure. I know, and everybody's been following along this case, and it's been a roller coaster for sure. But we've been through it together with everybody here with the Shark family. Yeah, if you guys want to join the Shark family crew, the Shark family, it is really appreciated. It's not required, but it is appreciated. We have a Discord. We have a lot of cool people in there, and we go into deep dives with this. There's some extra pictures on there from when I go to the memorial, things like that. And yeah, I'm gonna see maybe what is coming out, and if I can get boots on the ground wherever the news leads, then I want to go there. Right now, it's like a waiting game. But if they mention anything about Santa Barbara or the county next to it, Santa Ynez, up north, I do want to check it out. And if there's any significance to it, the thing with this is right now is there's no other really significance in it for good reason, right? Because you don't want to show your cards. Oh shit! Thank you, Fojo. Woo! Let's go. Fojo with a gift of membership, Baby Shark. And who got it? Zen Tranquility Soul studio. Thank you, Flojo. Thank you, Flojo. Let me bring the let me bring up the air horn for you. Give me 1 second. The sound effects. I need to put the sound effects in my queue, but right now I'm going to do it amateurish style. So here's the air horn. Thank you, Flojo. Thank you, everybody that supported the channel too. Here you go. Let's go. Let's go. That's right. That is right. Damn, we caught up with a lot of stuff today. I do declare. I'm using Restream. I'm using Restream. Oh man. It's funny because I have to like learn every single thing when it comes to anything. You know what I mean? It's not like just jump on it. It's like I have to learn how to upload, how to do this, how to do that, how to transfer files. Sometimes the files are not the right codecs. The Windows doesn't play it. Things like that. So it's funny. I mean, it's a learning process. So so these flowers, this is from everybody, guys. Everybody from the Shark family, everybody that's lurking, everybody that is watching the case, everybody that is following the case. This is from the Shark family, the creator, everybody from the true crime community, especially the Shark family. These flowers are to Celeste Rivas Hernandez for her memorial. I cleaned it up, got it nice and clean, and throw away the old flowers, water the other ones, the plants, cleaned up the trash that was around there, made it look pretty, just so it refreshes, just so it keeps her memory alive until she gets justice. And this is from everybody, guys. Okay, so thank you guys for being such a strong support in this case. And wherever you may be, well, we know you're in heaven. Celeste Rivas, believe us, we will shout for justice for you, and it seems to go in that direction. So this flowers is from everybody, okay, guys? Not just from me, but from everybody, from all of us, okay? Oh man, what a wild ride. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna leave you with that. I can't believe I just did 6 hours. Wild, man. 6 hours of a live, but we got caught up with a lot of stuff. So sorry I skipped some of your messages for reading, but sometimes it happens that way. Yeah, definitely justice for Celeste Rivas, for sure. Let's go. Let's go. Justice. It's within reach. It's within reach. It is within reach. Let me put Flojo's channel on there because he's covering the case too, and he's part of the family You want to surround yourself with good people with good energy. He wants the best for me. That's the type of people that I like in my orbit, and I want the best for him too. And he's covering the case under one umbrella, justice for Celeste Rivas. And that's the common goal here with everybody. So let me drop this channel and check him out, guys, okay? Whenever you have a chance. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, definitely, guys, surround yourself with good people, who want the best for you. So I'll leave you with that. I'll leave you with this, with the memorial, with some flowers, with some love, and thank you so much, everybody. Let me go over the super chats and whoever donated today. And if you can't donate, that's okay. Don't worry about it. It's not necessary, but it's really appreciated. Hit the like button. That's the least you can do, right? Get this in the algorithm, and yeah, just get it in the algorithm. So thank you for Sarah Adams. She became a baby shark today, and then she also gave a $10 super chat. She says for a behavior conscious and the want to distance herself leaking into the crime scene. Oh, so she's saying that it all this leaks into the crime scene, his behavior, his guilt of conscience. And then Gold Digger 737 sent 5 gift memberships. Thank you so much, Gold Digger 737. You're so kind. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And if you got those gifts, make sure you thank Gold Digger 737. Taylor Dank, thank you for your $2 super chat for a Coke Zero. Hell yeah, Taylor Dank. I'm gonna get a Coke Zero with that. I'm gonna get me a 2-liter. I'm gonna get a 2-liter. And then FloJo sent 2 gift memberships. Again, if you got a gift membership from FloJo TV, I just dropped his link. Check him out if you have a chance. He's also covering the case. He deep dives into the case, and he is part of the shark family, part of the shark universe. So thank you, FloJo, for those 2 gifted memberships. Thank you, everybody. You guys have a good night. You guys have been great. I appreciate you. I love you. Have a good night.